Hello and welcome back. Code with SDM here. Today we'll be building a full stack application which is called the Human Resource Management System. So today we'll be using Filament PHP as the technology for building the application, and as we know that Filament PHP is built on top of tile stack, which means we have Tailwind CSS, AlpineJS, Laravel and livewire. So without further ado, this video will be built from scratch, so it means the project will be created step by step from designing the database up to a full working application. So the video will be beginner friendly, so if you are new to the Filament or Laravel, you will be learning something new and which will be easier for you to follow along. So without wasting time, so let's go and dive into the application and see the demo of how the application works. So here, when you visit this link, you will be redirected to this page, which is admin login. But the most important features that we are going to see in this project, the first one, we are going to see on how you can build a multi-panel application by using Filament PHP. So we are going to see on how you can build multiple panels on the same application. So for example, in this application, we have multiple panels for admins, we have panel for employees, and we have a panel for the HR managers. So we are going to see on how you can build all of them. So for now, let's see on the admin side how this panel works. So the first thing will be to log in into our application. So here I'll log in by using this admin credentials. So I'll just verify. Okay, so let me log in with that account. So I should be redirected to the dashboard. So here on the dashboard, you will see that the name of the logged in user. You can see from this card. Here you have the details on this simple dashboard cards or widgets. So on these widgets, we have the total number of employees that are active into the system. We have the number of departments, the pending leave request, and the today's attendance overview. Okay, after that, on the sidebar here, you will see that the admin can be able to manage the organization details. For example, the departments, positions. Also, we can manage the leave management, which you will have the leave types, user management, and the roles and permission. So in this video, we will also going to see this feature for managing the roles and permission of our users. So only the admin can be able to manage this feature. Okay, so for now, let's start to see one by one. So for example, here the admin can be able to manage the departments. So when you visit that, you should be able to see the listing of all departments that we have in this application. So you can see, for example, we have the name of the department, the manager, which I have not assigned anyone, but also you can see the number of employees in that particular department. So the admin can be able to edit or add a new department. So when you click new, you should be directed to this page where you'll be able to create a new department, and you can also be able to assign the manager of that particular department. After that, the admin also can be able to manage the positions. So here is where we list all the positions that we can have in this application. So for example, you have the title of the position like a software engineer, then we have the department where that specific position belongs to, and then we have the minimum salary for that position. Also, we have the maximum salary for that specific position. But also, we have added this data which shows the employees that belongs to this particular title. Okay, but also the same thing, the admin can be able to edit these details. They can also be able to create a new detail concerning with these positions. So after that, now let's see on the leave management. So here on leave management, the admin will be able to manage these leave requests. So means when the employees send a request, the admin can be able to see it, but they will not be able to approve or to reject. So that is the task of the HR manager. So we are going to see on the HR will be able to see that action here. So for now here, you just see the name of the leave. So these are the leaves types actually. So the admin will be able to add these leave types. So you can see the number of days per year for that particular leave. For example, you can see the maternity one, so the number of days is 90, and you can see it is a paid leave. But also the admin can be able to edit or add a new type of leave. Then the admin have an ability to manage the users. So all the users of this system, the admin will be able to manage them. For example, they can be able to edit their details like employment type, status, and the hire date. For example, if you visit here, the admin can be also to manage the roles. So here you can see is where the admin can be able to assign different roles to the users. Okay, so you can see here the salary, the employment type, the active, so the department which this particular employee belongs to, and then the employee code. So this employee code we are going to see on how we can generate it automatically. As you can see now, this is not editable, so that will be generated automatically from the system. Then lastly, on the admin side or on the admin panel, we have the roles and permission. So the admin can be able to manage these roles and permissions. So you can see the name of the roles, the guard name, and the permissions count that this particular roles has. Okay, but so the admin can be able to visit any of these, and they can be able to edit, like for example, let's say in a super admin role, so the admin can be able to, let's say, to add or remove some of the permissions. So you can see the admin now can be able to see this widget, but if I remove this one and then save, so means when we visit the dashboard, super admin will not be able to see the overview of that stats. Okay, so now let's go to the dashboard, and here you see, so now admin cannot be able to see that widgets. So that is the power of roles and permission, which you are going to see on how you can create it from scratch. So now if I go back and check it again, and if I save, and if I go back to the dashboard, the admin can be able to see these stats. Okay, so this is all about the admin panel. So now let's go and visit the HR panel. So I'll just open it here. So before I go to this deep, so if you are new to the channel, consider to subscribe, like my videos, share with your friends, and that is the way that you're supporting me. So let's go to the HR manager. So you can see here what is changing is just the URL. So I'm going to show you on how you can just change these URLs in your application. So this will be the panel for HR managers, so which is different from the one of admin. So you can see for admin we have /admin, but here on HR we have /HR then login. So let's log in with the account of an HR and then login. So we are going to be redirected to this page where we can be able to see the different overviews of these widgets. So we have the active employees, the pending leaves, today's attendance, and we have this month payroll, so which is different from the one with admin. So you can see admin cannot be able to see the issues concerning with the payrolls, so only on the HR manager. Okay, so here you see the HR manager can be able to manage the attendances of the employees. So you can see here we have the name of the employee, the date, the check-in time and check-out, and then the status. They can be able to create a new attendance for their employees. Also, they can be able to manage the leaves, and here is where the users, the employees, when they send the request, the HR manager, you can see, have an ability to approve or reject that particular leave request. You can see the days now that that employee has requested, the status, and here it will accept the value of the approval. Okay, and after that they can also be able to manage the payrolls. So from here you can see they can be able to create a new payroll, and here they can select the name of the employee. For example, they can select the name of the employee, they can select the month. So currently, let's say this is November, let's say the year is that one, and the base salary, which will be automatically on the admin side. So you can see from the admin side, if I go to users, and if I visit that specific employee, which is this one, so you can see here the salary is this one, so that salary will be generated here automatically, which is a basic salary. And then here we are going to add if there is any allowances. So for example, if the allowances is just 1,000, okay, so let's say 1,000. And then after that, if we have the deductions, so here you see the net salary is being automatically calculated. So you can see here, this is the basic and this is the net after adding the allowances. So now let's add the deductions. Let's say the deductions is $3,000. So let's add that. And you can see this is being calculated automatically and in real-time feature. So we're going to see on how you can add that. And if you have any bonus, you can just add it. So for now, I'll just leave it that way. And here the HR manager can leave it to the draft, so they can just create it. And you can see this is now in the draft. And if we go back to the payrolls, now we should be able to see that payroll. And after that, they can be able to make it to be, let's say, paid or processed or paid. So everything will be working as we expected. So after that, they can also be able to manage the performance reviews of their employees. So for example, they can be able to create a new performance. And here you can see we have to select the employee. So for example, if I select the same employee, so here it will be the date of checking. So they can be able to add something that they feel good for themselves. So they can say, let's say for January, let's say for this year 2025, okay. And then here the performance metrics, it should be, let's say 1 to 10. You can change that to the metric that you want. So for now, we'll just use that scale. So here, for example, the quality of work, we can say, let's say 5. The productivity, we can just say, let's say 8. Communication, let's say we can say 7. And for teamwork, we can just say this guy likes to work solo, so let's say 2, okay. And then for the leadership, this guy is not good in leadership, so let's say 4. So an overall rating will be 5.2. So this will be helpful for tracking the performance of the employees. So this is just a way that you can do. And down here there is detailed feedback, so the employees or the HR managers can have the comments. So here is where they can fill. So let's say for the strengths, they can fill some blah blah blah, areas of improvement, and the goals and the comment. After that, now they can be able to create that data. Okay, so you can see now everything will be as fine. So now for the user to, or the employee to be able to see all of these details, so they have their own panel. So to visit that, let me log out, and I'll just change here the URL. So I'll change that to employee, and then I'll just click enter. So now you see we are on the employee panel, and from here we can be able to log in with that employee. So now let's sign in. Yep, so from here you can see the user after, or the employee after logged in is successful. They can see the leave request that they have. They have the pending one and this month's attendance. So you can see the attendance recorded for this user is only 1, and the last payroll that they had. Okay, so here they have the attendances where they can see their attendances details. So you can see the user can be able to add these attendances, and also we have the my leave request. So this is the request that they sent. They can be able to remove it or to edit it. If let's say they want to, let's say to edit any of this, like dates, the type of leave, they can be able to change that. My payrolls, they can see that this payroll has been added, but it is in a draft, so it is not paid yet. So they can be able to track this data. Okay. After that, they have a way to see their performances that the HR manager created for them. So you can see here it was reviewed by the HR manager, the period, the quality of productivity, communication, teamwork, leadership, overall rating, which is this one, and you can see that details. But also here on attendance, they have a way to add their check-in and check-out for that specific date. Yep, so you can see here, this is how this page will look like, and we are going to see on how you can add these custom page. So this is a custom page in Filament PHP, so I'm going to show you how to add this one. So for now, you can see you haven't checked in today, so you just need to click this check in, and when you click check in, so that it will just track the time that you have checked in, and that will be recorded automatically. So let's click check in, and here it will say are you sure? So now this is done, you see. So for today we have checked in this time, which is the actual time which is running here automatically. So I'm going to show you how to add this real-time time which is running automatically, and after that, now you see we are not checked out, so and this time will be marked as late because we have just checked it here. So we are going to see on how you can control these statuses, okay? And after that, if let's say we check out here, so it will ask you if you are sure about that, and then if you check out, so you see it will record the checkout time and the check-in time. So total working hours, it will be calculated here. So we have just worked for these seconds, but it will be calculated automatically. For example, if we work for more time, so it will just record them automatically. So now if you go back to the let's say to the HR manager, you should be able to see these attendances details, okay, like this one. So this is for today, which we have just done it in a minute before now, okay. So this is all about this application. So I believe this will be important, and it will be helpful for you to master the things concerned with the Filament and Laravel in general. So without further ado, let's start to build this application from scratch. Yes, welcome to the coding session where we will be building our application from scratch. So without further ado, let's start to create our project. But before that, you have to understand the prerequisites for you to be able to follow along with me. So the first thing, you have to install Filament PHP. So means if you visit the Filament PHP documentation, you should be able to see what you need to have before you can start to use Filament PHP. So let's go to the installation part, and here you can see the requirements is you need to have PHP 8.2 and above for you to be able to use Filament PHP version 4. Also, you need to have Laravel version 11 and above for you to be able to use the Filament version 4. Also, you need to use the Tailwind CSS version 4. And after that, in order for our application to work well, so we need to use the database. So for database, I'll use MySQL as a database of my choice, and then I'll use Filament Shield, which is the plugin for roles and permissions. So we're going to see on how you can implement this roles and permission by using this package, which was built by this guy here, okay. After that, we are going to use the logo ipsum to get the logo or a mocking logo for our application. So these are the things that I will use in this particular project. So let's go and start to build the application. So the first thing, I'll just open Laravel HUD, which is this one, which is where I'll be building my application. So I'll just go to the sites, and here is where I'm going to create a new project. So here I'll just click new, and then I'll say next. And from here, I'll not select any starter kit. I'll say next, and then I'll say the application, which will be Human Resource Management System. And then I'll just say next, and this will start to create the project. And after that, we are going to resume with our video. Right, so here you can see the application was created successful. So now let me close this one, and I'll just open my project in my cursor. So I'm going to use cursor as the editor of today's video. So let me just open that project from here. I'll just click open project, and then I'll just navigate to HUD where my projects are being stored. So the project that I've created is this one. So I'll just click select folder, and it will be opened in cursor. So you can see this is my project opened. So let me close this one, and here is where we are going to build the application. So let me zoom it a little bit so that you can see what I'll be doing. Okay, so after that, now let's start by creating the database. So let's just set up the database so that we can use MySQL as our database. So here I'll just change the driver from SQLite to MySQL, and then I'll say the database will be HRMS then DB, okay, which is Human Resource Management System then DB. Okay, after that, now let's start by running the migration so that we can create the new database in our MySQL database. As currently you will see from here we don't have that database, so now let's run that PHP @ migrate, which will ask you if you want to create that new database. So I'll say yes, and that will run the initial or the default migrations, and it will create the new database here. So let's refresh. Now you see we have a new database, and if I click that database, we should be able to see the default database tables that we've created automatically by using the Laravel initial installation. So here you can see we have the users, sessions, and the other tables. So now let's go and start to install Filament PHP into our application. So the first thing, we're going to run these commands. So let's copy them, and then let's go to the terminal for application, and from here let me clear it, and then I'll just paste those commands, and then I'll click enter. So the first one will be to require Filament version 4, and then the second one will be run after this one has been completed. So this will start to require the Filament PHP version 4. Now this is done. So now the next step is to run the following command to install the panels. So the default panel will be the admin panel. So I'll just click enter, and this will create the new panel, and it will just register the new panel as any service provider. So after that, now let me say no, and now let me create. Okay, so now everything that we need for Filament PHP to run, now it is on our application. As you can see here, we have the Filament PHP version 4 installed. Okay, after that, now it is time for us to start to build the application. So the first step will be to set up the database. So let's start that by creating the new migrations and models for our application. So the first model will be the one for department. So let's say PHP @ make model. Then the name of the model will be department. Okay, so this will create the new department model and its migration file. So let's build the migration file and update it very quickly. So I'll just paste some of the codes that I've already prepared for you, but I'll try to explain each and everything so that we can be on the same page. So here I have the table known as departments, and we have the field, which is a string, which you should accept the name, and this will be the name of the column actually. And then we have the field with the data type of text, which will be accepting the descriptions, and which can be nullable. So means you can just leave it null or it is not required. So other one, we have the foreign ID, which is for manager ID, and this can be nullable, but it is constrained to the users table. Okay, so this will be referencing the ID of the logged in user, or the ID of the user from this table. Okay, after that, so we have the timestamps, which will contain the created at and updated at fields. Okay, after that, now this is done for the departments. Now let's go to the next table, which is for positions, as we've seen from the demo. So we need to have the table for storing the positions. So position, let's enter. Now let's go to the migration file, and from the migration file we are going to update it with the following fields. Okay, so here we are going to have the title of the position, which is a string field. We are going to have a foreign key, which is department ID, which means this position belongs to which department that we've already created here. Also, we're going to store the decimal values of minimum salary and the maximum salary. Here is the total number of digits and the number of decimal places that we can have. Then we have this text, which stores the description of that particular position. After that, now let's create another just a migration file, which will help us to add some of the fields for the users. So let's add that here. So we're just going to say PHP @make migration, and here we should give the name of the migration, which will be let me just name it as add HR fields users table. Okay, so that will be the name of the migration file, and then let's open that. So now you see it should be directed to the users table. So what we are going to do is just to add the following fields, which we need to add them into our users table. So we are going to have the following fields. So the first field will be the foreign key of department ID, means that user belongs to which department. Then we have the foreign key for position, means that this user has which position in our application. And then we have the employee ID, which will store the employee code, something like employee, then let's say 001, something like that, or 002. So we are going to store that in this format. That's why this is unique, but it can be nullable, okay, which is a string field. Then we have the string for storing the phone number of that particular user, the date of birth of that user, the hire date, so this will be the date that the employee was hired, the employment type, which can be full-time, part-time, contract, and internship, but for the default value it will be full-time. And this field type is enum, which is the same way as the field for status, which can be active, inactive, on leave, and terminated. Okay, then we have the decimal field, which is storing the basic salary. This is the field that we have already seen that it stores the basic salary. It has the total number of digits of 10 and the decimal places of 2, but it can be nullable. Okay, then we have the one for address, which should be a text field. Then we have another one for images, contact name and contact phone. So this will be the names, or will be the columns that we are going to add into our table. So now let's add the a way to remove this field if it happens that they exist in your application. So down here on the down method, or where we do the reverse of the migration, so we are just going to drop the foreign keys, which is for department and position ID. After that, we are going to drop these fields if they exist. Okay, so this is important because if this field, when you are creating, they already exist, so they should be able to be removed first. Okay, after that, now let's add another table or model, which is called the attendance. Okay, so this will be the attendance table, and from here let's update it with the following fields. Okay, so on attendance we are going to have the foreign key for user ID, which will be constrained to users table, and then we are going to have the date of that particular attendance, and then we're going to have the check-in time and the checkout time. Then we are going to have the enum field for the status, which can be present, absent, late, or half day, and then the default one will be present. And after that, we need to have the text field for storing the notes for that specific attendance. So the HR manager can be able to add those notice for that user. Okay, then we have this field for making sure that the attendance will be unique for that specific date and for specific user. So it means no user can have multiple attendances in a single date. Okay, after that, now let's add another table, which is for leave types. So here is where we're going to define the type of leaves that we can provide. so we'll call it leave then type. Okay, now let's visit the migration file. So here we're going to have the following fields. So the first one will be the name of the leave. Then we are going to have the integer field. So it will be an integer where we will store the number of days per year, something like that. And then after that, we are going to have another field for checking if this field is paid or not. So this will be a Boolean field. So we just need to say is paid, and by default it should be true. Okay, so it will be something like that. Okay, so now this leave types is done. Now let's add another table or migration, which is going to be leave request. Go, let's visit that migration and let's update that migration file. So this file is going to have the following fields. So we are going to have the foreign key for user ID for that particular leave. Then we are going to have the type of leave request, which is actually the foreign ID, because it will be referencing from the type of leave that we have already defined here. Okay, then we are going to have the start date of that leave and the end date. Then the integer for number of days that the user will be able to see, because that will be calculated automatically by the system. So I'm going to show you how to do that. And then we are going to have the reason, which is a text field. Then the enum for storing the statuses, like pending, approved, or rejected. Then the default one will be pending. Then we are going to have the foreign key for the approved by. So this will store the ID of the user that approved that leave, and then the time where when that leave was approved. Then we're going to have the rejection reason, if by any means the user rejected the leave for that particular employee. Okay. After now let's add another table for payrolls, which is the one that we're going to use to store the payrolls for our employees. So payroll. Now let's visit the migration file, and here let's update that with the following fields. Okay, so on payrolls, we're going to have the user ID, which will be constrained to users table, and then we are going to have the string for storing the month. So this will be the name of the month that we do the payroll. Then we are going to have the integer for storing the year for that specific payroll. Then in the decimal fields for storing the basic salary, allowances, deductions, and the bonus, actually with the net salary. So this will be calculated by the system from summing up these other basic salary, allowances, and the bonus, then you deduct it by deductions. Okay, so we're going to see on how you can do that through the model events. So we're going to see on how you can do that. And then after that, we have the enum field for storing the statuses for draft, processed, or paid for the payrolls. And then after that, we are going to have the date for which or when the payroll will be paid, or when it was paid. And then after that, we need to have the uniqueness in this data, so that the same user cannot have the payroll for the same month on the same year. Okay, so to make it to be specific and unique. Then after that, we need to store the performance reviews for our employees. So let's just define that as performance review. Okay, and then let me open the table. So here, let's update it with the following fields. Okay, so here we're going to have the foreign ID for the user ID, then for the review ID, so the user that reviewed that performance, then the review period as we have seen on the demo, then we have the quality of work, which will be the integer because we are going to store it in a scale of 1 up to 10. So this is the comment for helping you when you read the database, so that you can understand that these will be the integers, but their values will be ranging from 1 to 10. Then we have the overall rating, which will be calculated automatically based on this review details. And then we have the strengths, areas for improvement, the goals, and the comments. Okay, so all of these will be the things that we are going to work with on these tables. After that, now we have all the tables ready. So now the next step is to migrate them so that we can have them in our database. So let's just run the following command: migrate. All right, so all of the tables were created successful. So now if we go here and refresh, now you should be able to see the new tables. So attendance, department, leave request, leave types, we have the payroll, performance review, and positions. So these were the new tables that we've added, but also for the user, we have added some of the fields. You can see here we have the department ID, position ID, and the other fields that we added. Okay, so now everything we have in database in position. So now the next step is to update our models so that we can define all the necessary relationships and helper methods. So now let's define the following things in our users model. Yeah, so the first thing is to update this fillable attribute to have all the fields that we have from the database. So I'll just update them to this one. So these are all the fields that we have added on our database. Okay, so now this will work just fine. And here on the cast, we need to add another one for salary, because here we need to cast for salary. Let's say salary should be decimal of 2 positions. Okay, like that. And after that, now let's define the relationship between the user and other tables. So for example, here is the relationships that we may have. So we have the one for department, which belongs to the department table. We have another one for position, which belongs to the positions. Then we have another one for tendencies, where the user can have multiple tendencies. So here is why you see it has this type of relationship, which is called the has many. So let's import some of these fields so that we can remove these errors. Okay, so here is tendencies, and then we have the leave request. So one user or employee can have multiple leave requests. And then we have the relationship between the user and their payrolls. Then we have the relationship between the user and their performance reviews. So all of these will be the many-to-many relationships, okay, or one-to-many relationship. And after that, we need to define one of the important feature. So here we are going to use this protected static method, which is called the boot, okay, which is basically by default defined by the Laravel. So we're going to use this method to process one thing, which is to auto-generate the employee code. So what we are going to do here is to define the following. So when we will be creating the user, so when I'm saying static, then full colon, then creating, so this is the model event. So if you want to understand about the model event, so you can just visit the Laravel documentation, and it has been explained well there. So you can just visit this page. Let me just show you. So let's go to the documentation and let's visit the models. Okay, so here on the models, just scroll down here, you'll see events, and from here is where the model events have been explained. So eloquent models dispatch several events, allowing you to hook into the following moments in a model life cycle. So you can see when you retrieve, creating, created, updating, updated, and the other events from their specific models. So that's what we are going to use here. So now we are using the creating, so means when the data will be created, when it is in process of being created. So this event, when it will be dispatched, that's when we are going to hook into it. So what we are going to do here is to have this method, then I'm going just to close it like this way. Okay, let me just close it like this way. Okay, and after that, now down here, what we are going to do, here we can just pass something like employee. Okay, so this will be tracking the employee, which is currently creating employee. And then what we're going to do is to have an if. So in this if condition, what we are going to check is if it happens that the employee ID, so employee, and then employee ID, if it happens that field is empty when we are doing the creating process. So what we are going to do is to get the last employee from this particular data. So what we are going to do, so we are going to say last employee, and then will be equals to static, then order by, then we are going to say order by ID. Okay, then we need to get the first employee like this way. You see, so this is how we are going to get the last created employees. Why we are doing this? Because we want to get the employee ID of the last created employee, and then we can just increment it by 1. Okay, because that value will be stored in a form of let's say employee then is 001. So means we need to be able to get the last employee so that we can be able to increment this value. Okay, so that's why we do this. And then after that, we need to get the next number. So the next number which we are going to use is 1. Okay, like this way. And then after that, we need to have another if condition here. So in this if condition, we're going to say the last employee, okay, and the last employee, then employee ID. So if we have all of these details, so what we are going to do, we are going to check if that the last employee employee ID basically has the following matching. So if their matching is matching, so we are going to check this, what we call it, this is actually the regular expression. So we're going to check from the regular expression if the value is matching the following regular expression. So we're just going to say the following, then this one, then if we start with the employee, then dash, then we can have something like this. So backslash d plus, then you can just close it, and after that we have the $sign here, and then the forward slash. So something like this. So if we start with this type of value, so this employee ID matches with this value, then we are going to do the following. And down here we need to add another thing from this preg match. So we have the pattern, subject, and the matches. So now let's add the matches. So on the matches, what we are going to do is to define the matches here. Okay, and after that, inside this if condition, now we are going to do the following. what we are going to do is the next number, now it should be integer, then matches, which is the first match, and then we need to plus it by 1. So what we are going to do is just to combine this one in this bracket and then plus 1. Okay, so it will be like this way. So we are just going to add it in front of this value here, okay, which is the numbers. So we're just going to have something like this, as I've mentioned. So it will be something like this. If it is 001, then plus 1, it should be 2. Okay, so that is what we are going to have here. And then after that, down here, we're just going to say last employee. Let me just say employee now, because we want to add that value. So employee, then ID will be equals to the following thing. So we're just going to say, instead of just a normal number, so we're just going to say it should be employee dash, then we can have something like this. So string, add some padding. So here what we are going to do is to add the next number, then the length should be 6 values, and then here we can just say something like this. Okay, yeah, so this is how we are going to do. So means we are going to add the length of this value to be in 6 lengths. So when you just sum up this one plus the number of zeros, so it should be 6. Okay, and after that we are just going to use this string, then we are going to add the padding of left value. Okay, after that, now this will help us to get the employee ID automatically just when we are creating the new employee. Okay, so now this is done for the employee. Now let's go to the next model, which will be the department. Okay, so on department, let's first update the following fields. So the filament fillable attribute, now let's update that very quickly. So it should have these fields for the name, description, and the manager ID for that particular department. Then we need to define the relationship between the department and other models or other tables. So here we have the relationship between the department and the manager. So it should belong to the user, and then it should use the foreign key of manager ID. And then we have the relationship between the department and the employees. So we should have many employees in the certain department. So that's why here you see one-to-many relationship. And then we have the positions. So one department can have multiple positions. So that's why here you see there has many. Okay, so let me import this. Okay, so now we are set. Now let's go to the next model, which is leave type. So let's update the leave type, and here on leave type we are going to have the following fields. So on fillable we're going to have the name, days per year, and if it is paid or not, and then we're going to cast the is paid to be a boolean field. And then the relationship, we have the relationship between the leave type and the leave request. So let me import that, and here you see we have the has many between the leave request and the leave type. Okay, so this is the relationship. So now let's go to the next one, which will be the leave request. So on leave request, which is this one, so we're going to have the following fields on the fillable attribute, which is this one. So we have the user ID and other fields that we have already defined them in our table, okay, which is our migration file. Then we have to cast the following fields so that the type should be as what we expected, so that when the user creating this file, if the type of data is different, so that we can be able to control that. Okay, then we have the relationship between the leave request and the other tables. So we have another one for user leave type and the approver. So let me just import this one. Okay, so now we are good. So we have the relationship. This is one to many, and here you can see it can be one to one or one to many. So this is actually a good way to do the relationship between the leave request, user, leave type, and the approver. Now let's go to the positions. So on positions, here we are going to have the following things. So the first one will be to update the fillable attribute, which will have the title, department, minimum salary, maximum, and description. Then we have to cast the minimum and the maximum so that they can be decimal fields and of 2 decimal places. Then we have the relationship between the position and department, also the employees. So this will help us to get the number of, let's say, employees that belongs to a certain position. Also, the number of, like this position belongs to which department, okay? And then after that, now let's update the payroll. So let's update the payroll, which is this one. So on payroll, we're going to have the following fields. So on a fillable attribute, which will help us in mass assignment. So we're going to have the following fields, and then we have the cast. So on cast, we have the following fields. Okay. After that, now let's update the relationship. So we have the relationship between the employee and the payroll. So here let's import this one, and here you can see the user can have a payroll. So this is belongs to user, okay, because here we have the user ID foreign key, okay. And after that, now let's update the performance review. So on performance review, let's update the fillable first. So here we are going to have these fields, and we have the cast for overall rating to be in decimal places. Then we are going to have the relationships. So here is where we're going to have the relationship between the user and the performance review, also the reviewer and the performance review table. And the relationship for this should have the foreign key, which is reviewer ID that we have already defined here, okay. So it is important to provide it here because this is not as straightforward as the user ID, okay. So after that, now let's update the attendance. I guess the attendance is done. No, so let's update the attendance. So on attendance, we're going to have the following fields on fillable attribute. So the user ID, date, check-in, check-out status, and the notes, as we've already done. And then we have this cast for making sure that this data types is the same as what we need to store into our database. Then we have the relationship between the employee or the user and the attendance, okay. So let me import that. Yep, so everything is as we expected. So department, leave request, leave type, payroll, performance review, position, and the user ID. Now everything is on set. So now we have everything that we need. But here on user, because we are going to add the roles and permission, so it is a good idea to install it now. So let's go to the this plugin page where we are going to see this shield, which is Filament Shield package, which help us to handle the roles and permission for the filament panels. So what we're going to do here, you can see this is version 4, but you can use version 3 or 2. So for now, because we are using Filament version 4, so this is compatible with Filament version 4. You can see it supports the dark theme, it supports the multi-language support, and it is compatible with the latest version, okay. These are some of the features that this package gives, so you can just see them on your own. So these are the features that you can see. It also supports the multi-tenants. So for now, let me just stick to the implementation. So let me just copy this command, and then I'm going to install it into our application. So let me close all of this. Okay, now let me open the terminal, clear it, and then I'll paste the command. Now let's run this command. So this will require this filament shield package or plugin. So let's give it a time. Right, so this is done. Now the next step is to you can publish this configuration files for this plugin. So I'll just paste that command. Okay, so now it will publish the configuration file, which is called the filament shield. So in here you can change different configurations. So you can see they have the slug, model path, cluster, tabs, and everything that you need to do, so that you may configure these role management resources. And here we have the tenant model. If you have the model, so you can just specify it. So the user model, if you're using the custom model for managing your users, so you can just pass its path here. And then for the super admin, so it is enabled by default, but you can disable it. And the name of the model of the role will be super admin. Then yes, you can define the panel user, so you can just enable this one, or you can just disable it. For the permission, their separators will be this one, and if you want to change that, you can just remove it. And for the policies, so the path where the policies will be stored, it is on app, then path, so means it will be stored inside the app. Then models, no, I mean on path, then you should be able to see the new directory called the policies here. Okay, and the policies will be generated automatically because here it is set to true, but you can just change that if you don't want to see them there. Okay, then we have the one for localization, which is disabled, but you can just enable that if you want to call to add the localization. So there is more changes that you can make in this file, but for now I'll just leave it to the default state. And now let's go to the next step, which is add this trait to our users model. So let's add that to the users model. So let's go to the user. So I just want to hide the sidebar, and then I just want to use the user model. And then from the user model, let's just add that as role. Okay, and make sure that you have imported this trait here. Okay, so after adding that trait, now you need to run this command so that you can set up the shield. So let's just run that. Okay, let's go to the terminal, clear it, and run that command. Yeah, so here you see that shield has been successfully set up and configured. So now the next step will be to add another things here. So you can see this is how the permissions that you can use. So the permissions here is on the configuration file, how you can just use them. Okay, so for now let's just go and try to add this package or plugin into the panel that we are going to use. So let's go to the admin panel, and here if by any means that the plugin was not added here automatically, so you can just use the plugins method, and then from here you can just use the so you can just call the name of the plugin. So let me just check it from here. It is Filament Shield, so let me just use that Filament Shield, and then I'll call the make, and I'll just import this class. So let me just import this one. This is the wrong one. Let me just try another one, which is this one. Yep, so this is fine now. So let's go back here and let's open the application in your browser. So let me open it. So this is our application. Oh, I guess I've messed up with something here. It should be Filament Shield plugin. Okay, yeah, so this is the right one. So it is Filament Shield plugin. Okay, so after that, now let's go back and refresh. Now the application is up and running. Now let's try to visit the admin panel. And here is where you will be landing. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is just to update the name of the application, and then I'm going to change the logo. So let's update those two very quickly. So what I'm going to do is to update the name of the file of the project from the .env file, and then from here I'm just going to call it HRMS, which is Human Resource Management System. And then after that, now let's go to the public directory. So let's go to the public directory. So let's go to the public directory, and here I'm going to create a new directory called the images, and then from it I'm going to create a new file called the logo.svg. Okay, and then after that I'll just open it. Let me close the first one, and then let's go to the logo ipsum, and from here I'm going to select any of these logos. So I'll just use even this one. So I'll just paste it here, and after pasting it here, now it is time to update it from the admin panel. So let's go to the admin panel, and then from here you need to use this method, which is called the band logo, and then from here you can just pass the path of where the file is found. So I can just use the asset method, and then I can just use the images, which is in the directory, and then the logo.svg. So that's when we that's where we stored the logo. Okay, so after that, now let's refresh the application and let's see how it looks like. So now let me refresh. You see, now the logo is shown here, and here you can see login then HRMS. So now this is how the application will look like. So now because we have already installed the the Filament Shield package, so we can be able to create the new user by using the command from this plugin. So what we are going to do, let's create the super admin for this application. So let me just create, and then I'll say PHP @sun shield, then I'll say super -admin, and this will ask you if you want to add this on which panel. So I'll just use the admin panel. Then it will ask you for the name, so I'll just say, let me just use the same super admin, and then for the email I'll just say super admin at then hrms.com. This is just a mocking URL, and then or domain, and then I'll say for the password I'll just use password. Okay, so now I have the super admin, which is this one. So make sure that you are using the same email, and then let's try to log in. So let me just try to log in here. So I just say super admin at hrms.com, then provide the password, and then let's try to sign in. Yeah, so here you can see the super admin after logged in is successful. We've been redirected to the dashboard page, and here on the right on the left sidebar you see we have the Filament Shield roles and permission managing page added automatically. Why? Because we've installed the package, and it will give you access to manage the roles. And by default you will see currently we are going to have only the super admin role, and the guard name is web, and the permission, we don't have any permission assigned to this role. Why? Because we have not generated any of the role until now. So the next step for now, it will be to start to build the application by creating the required let's say resources, so that we can start to build it. So first of all, I'll just add this permission to manage the roles and permission to the spadmin, and then I'll save. So now if I go back to the roles and permission listing, now you should be able to see the number of permissions that we assigned to the spadmin. Okay, so now let's start by creating the required resources for the spadmin to manage the application. Okay, so now let's start to create the resources. So the first resource that we are going to create is the one for managing the departments. So we are going to define it for the department. So let me just put the following: PHP at sun make, then filament resource. Then I'm going to provide the name of the model, which is department. Okay, and then I have to provide this flag so that it can generate the field and table columns based on the fields and the columns that we have from the database. Okay, so when we add that flag, that means we need to generate it from the current database. So here it will ask me for the title attribute, which will be used for the global search. So I'm just going to provide the name, because the name of the department should be available for global searches. And then it will ask me if I want to generate the read-only page. So for the department, I'll say no. And then after that, let me just create, and then we can be able to see that resource added here. So let's refresh. Because this is spadmin, so this will be accessible automatically. But if you go to the role and edit, you should be able to see that department here, and you can just assign them to the spadmin, because that will be added automatically. But it is a good idea just to check them here, so that the spadmin will have all access to all of your resources. Okay, so now if we visit to the departments, we should be able to see the this listing page, which have the name and manager. So these are the fields that were automatically generated from the database. And when you go to the new department, so this will be the form that was auto-generated by using Filament PHP itself. So you can see it has even given you the ability to select the manager by giving it the relationship between the manager and the users table. Okay, so now before I go forward, let me generate another one for users, and then we can start to customize these fields. And then for the user, I'm going to use the name again, and then I'll say no. Okay, and then let me create, and then after that, let's go to the page again and refresh. You see, now we can manage the users. And from the users, again, you will be able to see all of the details that we need to have. So you can see by default, it has just added the details for the spadmin. The employee ID, you can see the employee ID, this is as 001, because we added these zeros to be 6. So that's why you see here we have 5 zeros and then 1. And you can see the employment type, because this is for the default, it has take it to be full-time, and for the status it is active by default. For the salary, this is empty. Images and images contact, this also will be empty. So now let's try to create a dummy user, and this is the form that it has generated for us automatically. So before I started to customize this page, so let's see what it has given us. So you can see from here, you can be able to add the name, email verify that, password, the department ID. So you can just be able to create the department, to select the department from here, and also the positions. So means we need to have a way to create these positions and department from here if it happens that the department or the position that you find, it is not here. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to add that. But for the employee ID, this is not supposed to be here when you are creating the new user, because this will be created automatically by using the this method that we added here on the boot method of our model, which uses this creating model event. Okay, so what we're going to do here is just to define the way to create a new department from here. So for the date of birth, it will remain the same, date of hire, it will remain the same, employment type, this will be the same, and for the status, I will just update it a little bit so that we can use the toggle buttons. And then for the salary, it will remain the same, address will remain the same, and these others will remain the same. So what I'm going to change here is just to make this employment ID or the employee ID to be removed when you are doing the creating, but be available when you are doing editing. So let's do that very quickly. So let's go to the code here and let's open the Filament resource, which is called the users. So this is our resource. So the first thing is to change the icon. So you can see the icon is just that one. So let's change that one to reference to users. So let's use that icon. And now if you go back here, refresh, now you see it has been updated. So now let's just go to the user form, which is the form that defines all of the things that we need. Now let's update this one to use the section. So let's use the section here. So let's use the section from the schema, and we are going to say this first details will be the personal informations. So on personal information, we are going to have the schema. So on this schema is where we're going to pass the fields that we need to have. Okay, so the first field will be this one for the name and up to the rows. So we're going to define the rows. So the name, so let's have the name here. Okay, then we are going to have the email. Then we are going to have the password. So this email verified that, I'll just remove it. So let me just call the password here. And I'll just update it a little bit because currently you just see the password in this format. So let me just refresh it. You see, so this is how it will look like. So here you see the password, but when you just add it, you see, you cannot be able to toggle it. So to be able to toggle that, we need to add the following things. So we just need to say it should be revealable. Okay, and the other things which is important, we need to make sure that this is only required when we are on create functionality or the create context. So what we are going to do is to say function, then string, then we're going to use the context. Okay, and this is a Boolean value that should be returned by this function, and then we're going to say context it should be equals to create. Okay, so means it will be only required while you are doing create. Okay, so this is the major way that you can use to control the field, so that it can be only required when you are doing creating, but when you are doing update, it should not be required to your users. Okay, and after that, I need to make this section to be with 2 columns, so that it can use 2 columns. Okay, and then if I go back here and refresh, you see now it looks good. And now the next thing that I want to do is just to update some of the things from this field. For example, I want to make sure that when this field is dehydrated, okay, so when it is dehydrated, we need to fill it with the correct state value. So on the function here, let's define the state, and we are going to say when the state is updated, So we need to make sure that it is filled with the right state, okay, like this way. And after that, when we are doing the dehydrating, so we need to use hydrated state using the following function. So let's do the following. So here we need to pass the state, and from that state we need to make sure that we hash that value. So let's just say it should be this way, okay, then hash, okay, then we need to hash that state of the password, okay. So by using the hash means we are going to encrypt the password, and then that is the password that will be added when you are doing the saving, okay. Now everything that we need for the password is done. Now let's add the phone number here. So let's copy that phone number and let's just paste it here. And after that, we don't need to change anything here. Now let's add the date picker for the date of birth, okay. So for the date of birth, let's just copy it and paste it here, okay. Let me squeeze it a little bit, and then after that we need to add the address. So let's copy the address, okay. And after the address we need to add the roles and permission. So to add the roles and permission field, after refreshing here, you see this is everything that we need for the personal information. So to add the roles and permission, so here from the details of Filament Shield plugin, you can be able to add this field so that you can be able to assign the roles to the users. So you can use this one or this one for the checklist and for the select field. So I'm just going to stick with this one, which is for the select field. So let's just add it here so that the user can be able to select the roles for their specific user. So remove that one, and this is done. Now let's go to the view and visit the application, refresh. Now you should be able to see the roles here. So you see, now we have the role for the super admin, and it allows you to select multiple roles because we have added here the multiple function, which is this one. The relationship is between the user and the roles. That's why you see here the name of the relationship, and here we have the title attribute for that relationship, which is the name of the role, okay. And also we do the preload so that it can preload the details, and then we make it to be searchable so that we can be able to search among the roles that you have from the database, okay. So now this is fine for the personal information. Now let's add another section which is called the employment details, okay. So let's just define that here. So let's say section, and this is employment details. Then we need to have two columns. Then let's define the schema. So for the schema, the first thing that we need to have here is the employment or the employee ID. Okay, so employee ID, I'm going to change the label. So I'll just call it employee code. And the first thing that I need to make here is to make it to be read only field. And after that, I need to make it to be unique, okay, but it should be ignored when you are doing editing. And then after that, we need to make this field hidden, let's say hidden on. Remove this comma, and then we need to say hidden on. And here we are just going to say it should be hidden when the operation should be create, okay, like this way. So this we'll just check for the operation that you pass here as a string, and then it will just hide this field accordingly to the current operation. Okay, and then after that you can just remove this default, and it will be done. Remember to close this section here, so it is like this way, so that it cannot be giving us some errors. And after that we need to add another fields, which is for the department. So let me just cut that and then paste it here. And then on the department, already we have defined the relationship, so that will be fine. And now let's make it to be required. Okay, and then after that let's define another function for making this to be searchable. And then let's add another field or function which will make it to be preloaded. And then after that we need to make the department to be live. Why we make it live? Because we need to control when you select a certain department, only the position from that department should be populated into the field of position ID. So let's make it to be live. Make it live, and then after that, here on the position field, let's cut it, paste it here, and here on the position ID is where we're going to control that. Already we have that relationship, so now currently you will be able to see that field here. So you see, so we have the department, which will show all the departments from the department table. And for the position, we need to control that by using this one. So this will act like a dependency drop down. So when you change something here, it should update this field too. So what we're going to do here on the position, we need to make it to be required. And also we need to make it to be searchable. Also we need to make it to be preloaded. Okay. After that, here on the relationship, when you just define this one, we need to modify the query. So we are going to modify the query by using this callback function. Then we're just going to do the following. On this function, we're going to pass the query. Okay, and also we need to pass the get, which will help us to get the value of department. So let me just import this get. Okay, and then after that, let's define this one to be an arrow function. So down here, we're just going to do the following. We need to say query, then where department ID will be equals to the get, then department, then ID. Okay, so what is being done here is that we are going to modify the query of this position ID, so that when you are running a query and it happens that you have changed the department, because we have make it to be live, or you can just make it to be reactive, all of this will work the same. Okay, so when you put that to be reactive or live, so means when this will be changing, so whenever this field is being listened by using this get. Okay, so when this is listening to this value, so when it will be changed, so means it is going to trigger this one to add a where condition on this field. So it will just filter the positions to only position that depend or belongs to that specific department ID. Okay, so now this is done. So now let's see how it will just populate the values. So to simplify that, now let's define the departments, and then we are going to define the positions. Okay, so let's just go to the department. Let me open it to the new tab, and let me create a new department. And from here, I'm just going to call, let's say, sales, and this deals with sales. Okay, so this is just a normal explanation, and then I'm just going to leave it that way, and then I'm going to create. Okay, after that, now we have one department here. So you can just see we have only one department. It does not have the manager currently. So let's go to the first page here, and when you select here, you see we have the sales department, but here we don't have the position. So it means we need to define the position resource so that we can be able to manage it. So let's just go direct here and create the one for positions. Position. Okay, so here on the position, you just need to give it the name, because that will be used for the public or for the global search. And now let's go back here, refresh. Now we have the positions. Now let's open that positions. Okay, so this is the position tab. So now let's open that, and here we need to define the name of the position. So for example, sales, let's say manager. The department, we need to select the sales, and the minimum let's say salary can be let's say 10,000, and then let's say 100,000. Okay, so that will be the maximum. So the description, you can just give the description. So for now, I'll just create it so that we can have a way to test it from here. So now if I select the department, let's say sales, on the position, I should only be able to see the position that belongs to this department. So what I can do, I can just create another department here so that we can test that. So you can just say let's say IT department, so deals with the IT stuffs. Okay, and then let's create that. Now let's create some position on the IT department. Let's say, for example, software engineer. Okay, so department is IT. The minimum salary, let's say 50,000, and then the maximum can be 50. Let's say 500,000. Okay, and then after that, let's create that. Yep. So now let's go back here and refresh. Now let's select the department for, let's say, IT, and let's see from the position. You see, so we only see the software engineer. But if I change this one, let's say to sales, if I select here, you see, I only see the sales manager. So that is how simply you can just create the dependency drop downs. Okay, so by using this way, so make it to be live, and then from here you just need to modify the query by using this arrow method, and then you put the where condition there. Okay, so this is the simplest way that you can do that. Okay, after that, now on this same section, let's add the hire date. So let's add the hire date here. After that, now let's add the let's make this to be required, and then after that, let's add the employment type to this section. Okay, it is up to here. Let me squeeze this one there. Okay, so now instead of using the select here, which is now shown in this way, so instead of using just a normal drop down like this one, so what I'm going to do, first I'm going to make sure that this uses the full call span. Okay, like this way. So means it will use a coverall span like this one, and this let's, instead of using the select, let's use the to go buttons, which is this one. Okay, it has the options like this one. So now let's make it to be grouped, and now if you go back here and refresh, you see, so now we have the buttons in this way. So instead of just a drop down, so this will be a good way to show this. So you can just change between the type of employment. Okay, so you can change from full-time to intern, contract, part-time, and it works just fine. So it looks a little bit nice, so I like it this way. So that's why I've chosen it to use this way. Okay, after that, now on the same section, let's add the status. So let's just copy the status, and then let's put it here. Okay, and basically on these two buttons you can add another decoration, which is colors. So on these colors, what you can do, you can just do the following thing. So for example, for a certain let's say full-time, you can make it color, let's say to be let's say success. Then for part-time, you can make it to be, let's say, warning. Then for contract, you can make it to be, let's say, danger. And then for intern, you can make it to be, let's say, info. Okay, something like that. So now if we go back here and refresh, now you see, so for the full-time it is in success. When you switch to part-time, you see it is in warning. Contract, it is in danger, and intern, it is in info. Okay, so similar way to the status, you can just change that to use the similar toggle buttons, but for now I'll just leave it that way. So now let's continue down here on this section. So where is our section ending? Okay, yep, so here, let me just squeeze it up to here, and then after that we need to add the salary. Okay, and then these two can be on their own section. And then we can just create a new section, which is called the emergency contact. Then on the schema, we need just to copy this, just cut them and paste them here. Okay, so it will be in this way. So now if we go back to the view and refresh, now we have a full working form like this one. So now you should be able to create a new user in this form. Okay, so what we can do, let's just create a random user. So let's use the form filler. Okay, so here on the department, I'll just okay, so this has given me the error because I just put something here. Let me just try again. Why it populated the error here? So it says the column not found, the positions dot name in where clause. Okay, let's see from the positions. Do we have that field? correct. This is not name, it is called the title. Okay, so what you need to change here is just to go to the position resource. Here we have the record title attribute, so change that from name to title, and then after that, if we go back here and let me remove that and try again, now you see nothing will be no error will be populated automatically here. Okay, so now we have this sample user that we have created. Now let me just remove these things that will give us error. So this will be the password, so let me use the normal password. Okay, and then the date of birth will be this one, and then the hire date we can just say today, and then for the department we can say the Department of IT, then we can say software engineer. For the now let's say this is an intern guy, and then make it to be active. So for the base salary we can just say, let's say what we can give this guy, let's say just 5,000. okay, let's say 50,000. okay, so this is fine. So now for the role, you see we don't have the role for the this guy to give, so now we can just leave it that way. So this is the images contract, and let's just put something like this. Okay, so now we can be able to create this user. See, so now the user has been created successful. You can see the field of employee code, it has been populated automatic, and you can see this is 0002. Okay, so means the way to generate these fields is working as we expected. Okay, so now it is not editable here, you can see, so you cannot be able to edit, and it is only visible on edit page, but when you are on create, that field is not visible. So now you can see we have two users here, and you can see the last one is the user that we have created in a couple of minutes. So now on user's side, everything works as we expected. So now let's go to the department, and let's start by editing the icon. So let's change the icon for the department. So let's go to the department resource. So on the department resource, so the icon that we are going to use is building office. So let's change that and refresh. You see, now it has been changed, and now we need to use to group the department and the position in the same group. So what we are going to do, let's go to the documentation here, and when you go to the resources on the overview, you should be able to find a way to group these resources. So what you are going to do is just to say, let's see from here. Yeah, so we are going to use this one. So let me just copy this one. Let's go back to the code, and here we need to add this one. So we're going to call it organization, and you need to add this or to import the unity enum. So use unit enum. Okay, and after that this should be added automatically. So now if we go back here, refresh, now you see the department, it is on the drop down navigation, which is called the organization. Okay, so also the positions, I want to put them there. So let me just copy this one, and I'll go to the positions, and then I'll paste it here. Also make sure that you use unit enums here. So this will be organization. On users, we're going to make it to be on user management. Okay, so this can be user management. Okay, make sure you import the unit enum. Okay, this way. So now if I refresh, yeah, so everything is ordered well. Now on departments, now we see that we have been able to add the departments, but let's say I want to update this form to look a little bit good. So what I'm going to do is just to update the department form. So I'm going to use just a simple section so that we can control a way this form is look. So no, this is not for the user, it is on department. Okay, so department form, and here I need to use a section. Just use the section. I just say department informations. Here we need to define the number of columns that we need to have. So I'll just use the 2 columns, and I want to make this one to use the full column width, column span. So column span full, and then we need to have the schema. And from that schema is where we're going to pass the fields that we have here. Okay. Yep, so now everything is set. Now let's go to the department form and refresh. Now we should be able to see that page looks a little bit good. Okay, so what you can do so that this can be up here. Okay, I want to make this to be in 2 columns, so this side by side, so that you can be able to select the manager. Okay, and then in the description can be in its own row. Okay, so now we have everything that we need for the department table, form. Now let's go to the department table. So from here you can be able to show the manager. So for the manager, let's say for example for this sales department, let me just this guy is an IT guy, so let me just add that as a manager on the IT department. Okay, now save. Let's go back. Now you see, so the manager is shown here, but we need to add one thing here to show the number of employees that reside on this particular department. So to do so, let's just update the table. So let's go to the tables on the same department resource. Now on the tables down here, let's just add that field before the created at. So we're going to say text column, then the name of the column will be employees, then count. Okay, but it will be counting from which field or from which relationship. So we're going to pass the name, the function called the counts, and then the relationship that it counts is called the employees. Okay, so make sure that you have defined this relationship on the model. So after that, the label for this particular field can be, let's say label can be something like employees. Okay, something like that. So this relationship that we've passed here on this counts method, it is found on department model. So if you go to the department model, we have that employees function defined here, or relationship defined here. So that's why we can be able to use it here. So now if we go back here, refresh, you see, so the number of employees that belongs to that particular department will be shown here. Okay, so you can just make it to be something like badge. Okay, and after that, if you refresh, now it will look a little bit good. Okay, so this makes more sense. And after that, now let's go back and basically you can just even add more things like color coding for these departments, like a way to differentiate the departments. So what you can do, you can just add a field on your database. So you can just do that by saying PHP adds and make migration, and then what you can do is just to say add color column to departments table. Oh, I have messed up this. This should be departments. Okay. So let me just go to the databases. Yeah, this is wrong. So let me just remove it. So that it will just be good. So this should be departments. Okay. Yeah, so now let's go to that. So here on departments, you can just say table, then a string, then we can just say color. It can be null. Yeah, so it will be something like this. So down here, you can just say drop the color field. So now let's just migrate that. So PHP @ migrate. Okay, so this field will be added to the department table. So now what we are going to do on your department form here, so we are going to add that field here. So what we are going to do is just to say color, let's say color picker, okay, and then we are going to call it color, and then the label will be color. We can make it to be yeah, we can make it required or not required, so it is not that important, but for now just make it that way. Okay, and then you need to update the table too, so that we can be able to show it from here. So you can just say color column, and then you can just call the name of the field, which is color, and you just put something like that, and then this should be able to show the color coding of our department. So now if I refresh, see, so on color now it is null. Let's go to the edit form. You see, so here we are able to select the color. So for example, I can just put something like this, and then I can save. And if I go back here, oh, this is not populating anything. So let's see, color column. I think this is not populating because we didn't add that in our model. So let's go to the department model, and here we need to add the color. So it can be added in mass assignment. Now if we refresh again, and let's go to the edit, select a certain color that you want, save again, let's go back. Yeah, you see, so now the color coding is shown here. So you can just do the same thing for the this department. Let's say for the department of ID, let's put this one and save. Let's go back. Yeah, you see, so this works a little bit good. Okay, so that is how easily you can just do that. So this is just for management, like how easy the people can identify the departments or the data that you show on the page. Okay, so after that everything is done on the department side. So now let's go to the position side and start to edit things that we need. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do on the positions is to change the icon. So let's change the icon for the positions resource. So on the position resource, the icon can be let's say briefcase. Okay, and after that we need to update the form. So on the form, we are going just to change the following things. So just some of the things. For example, for the department ID, we need to make it to be searchable. Also, we need to make it to be preloaded. Okay, and then after that, for the minimum and maximum salaries, we need to make them to be prefixed. So prefix, then with the currents. So I'm going to use this currents for these two fields. Okay, and then after that, we can just leave it that way. Okay, but what we can do, we can just make that the maximum salary to be greater than or equal to the minimum salary. So we can just use the following method, which is here is called the greater than or equal. Okay, and in this field, we need to specify the field that we need to make it to be greater than or equal to. So it will be minimum salary, which is this one. Okay. Yep. So now means when you are entering the maximum salary, it will check for the minimum salary. So for example, if I refresh and if I go to the edit page, let's say, yeah, so currently when you add this one, for example, if you put something below this one, like this way, and if you try to save, you see, so the maximum salary field must be greater than the greater than or equal to this field, okay, which is the minimum salary. So that's how easy you can just do the validations. But also on the table, we need to add the following things, which I believe will be good for the looking of our page. So basically on the minimum and maximum salary, I want to use the following function, which is called the money, and then we're going to define the currency, which is USD. Okay, so let's use the same way here. Okay, and then after that, we can just populate the employees count. So as what we did for the department, here we're going to say the employees count, and what you need to put here is just to define the counts method, which you should populate the relationship name with the employees, which is employees, that is already defined on the positions model. And then after that, you can just put the label to be, let's say, employees. And then after that, everything will work as expected. Okay, so now everything is fine. Now let's refresh again. You see, so on the, let's say, specific position, then we have only one employee, and then you can be able to edit or delete them. But currently you can only delete them by using the bulk action. But if you want to add the delete functionality here, so it's easy, just add the delete action on a record action. So what you're going to do is just to say delete action, import that, and after that you should be able to delete the positions, okay, like this way. See, so it's that easy. But also there is these toggleable fields that you can add, for example the created at, and when you apply, so it should be added here automatic. But if you want to retoggle it, and then you can do that, and it will be gone from the view. Okay, so this is fine. So now for the minimum, we have already added the money. Then let's add also the same thing to the maximum salary. Okay, let's add it here, and let's go back to the view. Yep, so everything works as we expected. So now it is time, let's say, to go and we started to add other things. So the last resource that we need to add on the admin side it will be the leave types. So the admin can be able to manage the leave types for the application. So let me just close these other files. So let's do the following. Basically, we have the way to generate it. So let's just change that to leave type. Okay. All right. So now let's go to the leave type. So now if you go back to the view and refresh, you should be able to see that new leave types here, and you can see, so it has the name, days per year, and if it is paid. Okay, so you can go to the form, so you can see the name, days per year, and if it is paid. So now let's change that to use a section. So leave types on the form, you just need to go to the schemas, then forms, and here you can just use the section. So section, then you can say leave details. So make it to have 2 columns. Yep, and make it to use the full color span width. Refresh. Yep. So now you can be able to create it, the different leaves. So for example, you can say annual leave. Okay, and the number of days, let's say you can just put 12, and then you can say this is paid. You can create it and create another. So you can just say, let's say maternity leave, let's say 90 days, and then this is paid one. Save. See, so let's go to the listing. So you see everything works as we expected. Also, you can add the delete action here if you want. So for now, I'll just leave it that way. Let's change that icon. So let's go here, and for the icon of leave, what we are going to use is the calendar icon. So let's use the calendar icon. Okay, and this we're going to store it in the group known as leave management. Okay, like this one, and make sure that you use the Unity enum. Okay, this way. So now let's go to the view, refresh again. Now we have the leave type management, which belongs to the leave management, and now everything works as we expected for the admin side. So also we want to have the widget on the admin side. So let's generate the widget so that we can show the summary of the stats that we need to have on the super admin side. So let's do that. PHP @ make filament widget, and then the name of the widget will be stats overview, and then the type of the widget will be stats overview. Okay, so would you like to create this in the panel? Yes. And on the resource? No. Yeah, okay, so now that widget has been created, let's open that, and this is our widget. And for this widget to work well, so let's update that widget with the following details. So for example, from the filament documentation here, you can be able to define a widget as follows. So on the stats overview, you can just have something like this one. And after defining it, when you go back to the application, refresh, now you will see that we get here, you see. So let's say unique views and the value for that specific details. But for us, because we need to get the total number of employees, so here it will be total employees, and here we need to have the user count, okay. Import the model. All right, now let's add another thing, which is description. Remove this one first. So it should be description, and from the description you can say this is for active employees in system, and then the description color can be we can just say, instead of description color, we can just say description icon, which we can use the hero icons. Then we can use the one for users, okay. And then lastly we can use the color, then we can say success, okay. So it means now if you go back here and refresh, you should be able to see the total number of employees and the description text, okay. After that, now let's add another stats widget for our admin. So we are going to add another one for number of departments that we have on the system. So let me just do the following. So we are going to import this department and make sure that you imported it like this way. And from here we have the count of all departments. We have the count, the description icon, and the color as what we did for the users or employees. So now if I go back and refresh, we should be able to see that widget added here for the departments. So I'm going to add the other two so that we can be through this very quickly. So let me just paste it here. Okay, let me import this one, also the attendance one. Okay, so now everything is fine. So we have the stat for pending leave request, and we get only the count of requests that their status equals to pending, and also we have the attendance where the date equals to today. So we get the checked in today details for our employees. So now if we go back here and refresh, you should be able to see these details. But currently Filament PHP will be refreshing these details by using the polling way. So it will be polling concurrently. So that's why when you go to the inspect here and you go to the network, you should be able to see this Filament PHP sending the request, you see. So this request will be sending over and over and over and over, but you can remove that feature, or you can just reduce the number of polling requests that will be sent. So you can just do that by just going here, you see. So on live update stats, so you can just change the number of seconds that it uses. So for example, you can just copy that and you can just go back here and you can just say, instead of just all the seconds, so we can just say, let's say it just update after 60 seconds, okay, which is a 1 minute duration. So you can just refresh, and now you should be able to see that the request will be only sent after 1 minute and not after every seconds. Okay, so now you see it is not has been sent until when 1 minute is reached. Okay, so now this is fine, and for the admin side I believe everything is fine up to now. So now the next step is to create the new panel for the HR manager. So as I've mentioned before in the previous demo, so this application is built with the feature of multi-panel in our system. So let's dive to the creating the new panel. Okay, so welcome to this another session where we'll be building the panel for the HR. So what we're going to do here is just to create a new HR panel. So how to create that? Just go to the Filament documentation. Let's navigate to the panel configurations, and from here you should be able to see a way to create a new panel here. So you can see the default admin panel is the one that we have already seen on how we can use that, and it has this admin panel provider that we have seen on how you can just use it here. You see, so on providers we have the filament, then admin panel, which is the one that we use to do the configurations. So some of the configurations that you can do from the panel is to add the logo, and which we have already seen that. We have added the plugin, which is this one we've already seen, but you can also change, let's say, the color of the application. So for the primary color now it uses the amber, but let's say you can change that, let's say to use indigo. So that is how easily you can just change this coloration, you see. So now it uses this one, and you can see when you visit any of these pages, you see, so all the coloration will be based on the color that you put on the panel provider here. Okay, so now let's generate a new panel. So if we go back to the documentation, so this is the way of creating a new panel. So you need just to run this command. So let me just copy that, and let me go to the terminal, clear it, and let me paste it. And the name of the panel, we're going to call it HR. Okay, so now we have created a new HR panel provider. So means it will be added here inside the providers filament, then HR panel, which you can see it from here. Okay, so now after we've added that panel here, so what is going to happen, you can just sign out from this panel, which is an admin. Now you can just go to the HR panel, but here you will get one error, and that error will be that the login route is not found. So to prevent that error, you just need to define the login here. So you just need to say login. So means you are going to allow the login functionality into your application. So now if I go back and refresh, now you see I see the login page. So here means the HR now can be able to sign in into our application, but we don't have a way to register our HR from the form here. So what we're going to do is just to go back to the admin panel and admin to create a new HR manager. So let's just go and log in again as super admin at HMRS, then provide the password, login. Oh, the admin has logged into the HR, which is wrong. We need to log into the let's go back to the admin /admin. Let me refresh again. Admin. All right, so now we have logged in successful. So now let's go to the users. First of all, we need to define the role for the basically for the your HR manager. So let's define that role here, which is HR manager. Okay, and what the HR manager will be managing, we are going to define that in a minute. So for now, let me just leave it that way. So HR manager. So there is a trick that I'm going to show you here, because we are using multiple panels. So the permissions, I will not assign it from this panel. So I'll just assign them on the specific panel. So here, let's define a new user, which will be the HR manager. So let me just create a dummy user. So the hire date, let me just say today. And for the phone number, let me use that one. Okay, for the password, let me use the normal password, which is this one. And for the date of birth, let me leave it that way. And then for the role, let me select the HR manager. Okay, and then let me change this one so that it can be acceptable. Okay, this is active. Let's make it to have this value. Okay, and for the department, let's say we need to define the department for human resource. So let me define that here. So create a new department. We are going to say human resource. The manager, I'll select them. So for now, let me just create it to be this color and then create. And then let's define the position. So the position is human resource manager. Department, human resource. The minimum salary, let's say 3,000, and then let's say 30,000. Okay, and then after that, save. After that, now if we select the department, which is human resource, then the position will be the human resource manager. Okay, so you see everything works good. Now for this human resource, let's make it to be a full-time employment type, and then after that, let's create the user. Okay, so this employment, it says that this is duplicate. Oh, why it has happened to be duplicate? Okay, basically currently on our users table, I guess already we have the employment of this one. Okay, let's go to the user model. Why this is happening? Okay. Let me try to put here descending, which means it will go from. Okay, now let's see if this will work. Now create. Okay, now the user has been created, successful. So now this works fine. Okay, so here we have the new employee, which will be managing the HR panel. Okay, so what we are going to do here, we need to go to the HR panel. So I'll just switch the browser. So this is my channel, so consider to subscribe if you are new, like the videos, share with your friends. So there is a lot of videos here. You can just visit it and learn something new concerning the Laravel. Okay, so now let's just open the new application there. So the application here, and then make sure that you visit the HR panel. Okay, so this is our HR panel, you can see, and from here we can just be able to log in with the details of our HR manager. So let me just copy that and use the password and sign in. You see, so now the HR manager has signed in successful, and you can see from the HR manager the name of the application is shown as HRMS, which is the name of the application, but because we didn't add the logo in this panel, so that's why you don't see that logo from there. So to do so, let me just paste the logo from here to here. Okay, and after that, if I refresh, now you should be able to see the brand logo here. Okay, so similar way you can just do that to add the favor icon, because you can just add the favor icon just to add that from here. So just do the same thing as what you do for the logo. So just use it here, and instead of that, just use the same logo, use it here. So if we go back to the HR manager, so the favor icon will be updated here. Refresh, you see, so now the favor icon is there. So you can do the same thing for the admin panel. And if we go back to the admin panel, which is this one, refresh, you see, now has been updated. So everything works as we expected. So now let's go back to the HR panel, and now let's start to update these HR things. So the first thing will be to generate the required resources. So on HR side, the following resources are going to be generated. So the first one will be to manage the attendances of our employees. So here, let me just define, I will generate the resource for attendance. Okay, attendance. So the name, I'll just leave it that way, but here now it will ask you for which panel do you want to generate this resource in. So by default it will be admin, but because we are generating it for HR manager, so we need to define it for the panel which is called the HR. So write it and say for view page, I'll say no, and then it will be created automatically. But here you can see the difference that this will be stored inside app, filament, then HR, then resources. So now means if you go to this page, I mean to this directory of HR, of filament, you should be able to see a new directory called HR. Then inside it, you should be able to see the resources, then the name of the resource that you have created. So here, now, you see, if the HR refresh the page, they should be able to see the new created resource. Okay, why they see this? Because this is the new resource that you have been created, and they are able to access it because the superadmin has not yet created the policies for these resources. So if currently we don't have any of the resources, so if I try to generate the policies for these new created resources, so the HR manager will not be able to see the new created resource. So let me do that. For example, I can say shield, then generate, then I can say for all the resources, and then it will ask me. So I'll start with the admin panel, and then I'll say yes, and then I'll click enter. So it will just generate the policies for all the resources, pages, and widgets. Let me redo that for HR panel. So let me select the one for HR, then I'll say yes, enter, and then after that, now let me go back to the HR panel, refresh. You see, it will be forbidden. Why? Because the HR does not have the right permissions to access this particular page. So that's why here we need to have the superadmin. So here I'll just log in with the superadmin account on this particular panel. So superadmin, hrms.com, then I put my password, then I'll log in, and then you can see, so the admin was able to access this page. Okay, so means now the admin should be able to be assigned the role to manage these roles and permission in this panel. So what we are going to do, let me just log out again. Let me go to the admin side. Let's go here on the roles and permission, and then let's edit. So I'll just update this one. So for example, I'll do this following thing, and then I'll save. Okay, now let's go back to the HR manager. Okay, so on HR manager, we can just say you can manage the department, so just leave for the department, and we can just say they cannot be able to delete these details. So just leave for them to be able to view, create, and update. Okay, now let's try to save. Okay, now okay, so on this is actually on the admin panel, which is not actually what I wanted to do. So let me remove that, save. Yep, so this is fine. Now let's go to the HR panel, which is this one. We need a way to let's generate for HR. Yes, I'll say again. Okay, so now let's try to see if now the admin can be able to see the roles and permission on this. Okay, now I understand why we don't see the way to to manage the roles and permission. It is because we didn't add the roles and permission or the plugin into the new created panel, because this panel, as we have generated it, we didn't add the shield plugin on it. So let's go to the providers. From admin panel, so from admin panel here, let's just copy these plugins and let's add it to the HR panel, paste, and import this one. You see, so after that, if we visit again here, refresh, you see, now we see the roles and permission. Why? Because the logged in user is currently the super admin. But if I log in with the HR manager, you see, so let me log in. You see, they are not even able to see the attendance resource. So that's why the admin should log in and allow the user to access those other details. Okay, so super admin. Okay, now the admin should allow that user. So here on HR manager, allow them to access the attendances, and then they you can just leave it that way, but they will not be able to access the roles and permissions. So save. Okay, now let's sign out and log in as HR manager. Now you see they are able to access the attendances. So that is the trick, because this will have the context, because here we are on the context of admin panel, and when you add the roles like the permission on these roles here, so means you are saying that the HR manager should access the things on this panel, which is wrong. So the admin should be able to go to this panel and assign the permissions to the role of HR manager, so that the HR manager will be able to access all the things that belongs to this particular panel. So that is the trick that I have showed you in this particular video. So now let's continue with the changes that we need to do on this HR panel. So on the attendance, let's start by editing it. So the first thing is to change the icon of the resource. So this can be, let's say, clock. So let's use the clock here. And if I go back here, refresh, you see, so now the icon has been changed. But let's say I can switch this one to dark mode so that we can do this in a good way. But from here you can see the HR manager can be able to create a new attendance for the user. So you see, this is the user listing. But let's say we want to make this to be more friendly. So we can make this to be searchable and also preloaded, so that we can select the user perfect. So here what we can do is just to add the searchable. Then you can add the preload. Okay, so that's fine. Now on the status, which is this one, so instead of using that one, we can use the to go buttons. We need to make this one to be group D. See, and we need to give the colors as what we did for the employment type. So we can just say colors, and for the colors we can just say if it is present, we can say this is success. If it is absent, we can say this is danger. If it is late, we can just say this is warning. And if it is, let's say, half day, you can just say info. Okay, something like that. So now let's go back here, refresh. So on status, if it is present, it will be success, absent, it will be danger, late, it will be warning, and half day, it will be info. So this is how it looks like. So now the users will be searchable. So you can just search, let's say, for May, you see. So it will just populate that user. Okay, so now we have logged in as a HR manager, so you can be able to create the new attendance for any of these user. So for example, if I create for this guy, and let me just do, let's say, for today, and the check-in time, let's say they have checked in this particular time, and they check out, let's say, after 2 hours, let's say, and they were present, create. So now this attendance was created successful, and you can see, so everything will be populated here successful. So this is all that we want on this attendances for the HR manager. Okay, so on HR manager we don't have much to do, so let's just go to the next resource that we need to add. So let me just create another resource, which will be for leave request, because the HR will be managing the request sent by their employees. So leave request, this is for HR. Yes, okay, so now everything works. So on the HR resource, let's go down, and we have this new resource that has been created. So on this resource, so let me just update first the icon. So we are going to use the calendar days, and we need to make sure that this we need to update the leave request. Okay, so on the form, let's update it to the following things. So the first thing is to make sure that the user is searchable. Also, we need to make sure that they are uploaded. So the same thing for the leave type. Okay, so now we have everything that we need. So for the start date and end date and days, so all of these things is fine, but here on days we need to have a way to calculate the number of days. So what we are going to do here, we can just make this one to be disabled so that we can just calculate these details automatically. So we can just say this is disabled, but we need to make sure that it is able to be dehydrated so that it can be saved into the database. So now this will be disabled, but currently this HR manager will not be able to see these details. They were able to access this because we didn't generate the permission for it. So let's generate the permission for that. So what we can do, instead of generating for all, let me cancel this one. So we can just say we want to generate for the resource, and here you should provide the name of the resource, which is leave request resource. Okay, this is on HRM panel. Yes. Okay, so that was generated automatically. So now if I refresh, we should not be able to access this one. You see, it has been gone. So now until when the admin will log in here and allow us to access that particular resource. Okay. And HR manager. Now allow them to access this leave request, and you can just remove them from being able to delete these details. Okay. And then save. Okay, so now I guess we need to generate all the resources that we need to have on HR so that we can do this once for all. So now let's generate another two resources. So we have the leave request. Now let's generate another one for payroll. This is on HR, and then another one for performance review. Okay, so after that, now let's generate this one for HR. Okay, so now everything is fine. Now if we go back here and refresh, okay, now let's add this one. So the HR manager can be able to access the payrolls, the performance review, but not the rows and permission. Now let's save. Let's go out and log in as the HR manager. Yep, so now we are able to see all of this. So on leave request here, we were able to create a new leave request, and here we are able to select the user or the employee. Okay, and then after that we have a leave type that we can select from, the start date and end date. So when you select the start date and end date, we need to calculate the number of days automatic. Then you can provide the reason, the status, the approved by, and this approved by, we need to update that to show the approver of this request. Okay, so what we're going to do here is the following thing. So the first step is to define the way to generate the number of days. So to do so, we need to make sure that this field is live. Okay, so that when it is reacting, so that we can be able to access the details from it. So what we're going to do here, we're going to say after state updated, then we need to say function, then we need to pass the state, the set, and the get. And then after that, here, so instead of using this, you can use the arrow function. So here, we can just do the following. We can just define the method which we are going to pass it here. So I'm just going to say self, then we're going to define the method called calculate days. Okay, then from this method we're going to pass the set and the get. Okay, so let's pass this, import this one and this one. So this method will be created in a couple of minutes. So the same thing we're going to do for the end date, which is this one. And also we need to make sure that this is also live field. Okay, and after that, let's define that method down here. So what we are going to do is to say protected static function calculate days, and here it should accept the set and the get. Okay, so down here what we are going to do, so we need to get the start date, which will be from get means we get the start date from here. After that, we need to get the end date. After that, we need to say if then what we can do, we can say start date will be equal carbon, then pass the start, okay, then the end will be like this way, and then the days will be equals the start date, then the difference in days on end date, okay, this should be end date like this way, okay, so like end date, and then we can say plus 1, okay, this way, and then we need to set that date, so set on days with the value of days, okay. So this is the way that we are going to calculate the number of days. So let's go back here, refresh, you see. So now let's try to select the days. So for example, if I select that, and the end date, if I select, let's say on the 30s, so you see the number of days is 18, okay. So everything now will work as we expected, okay. So the other thing that we need to control here is that the approved by, this should not be there, because this is a HR manager, so that will be populated automatic, okay. So remove that. All right, now on the reason, so the reason will be only shown if let's say the request is rejected. So let's update that so that it can be only shown when the value is equals to rejection, okay. So what we are going to do is to define the following method, which is called the visible. So from the visible, we can just pass the following method, so get, and then so we get the status, and if the status equals to rejected, that's when we will show this rejection reason. So now if I go back here and refresh, you see now it is gone. But if we go to rejection or rejected, then that should be visible. So in order for that to be visible, so we need to make sure that this is live, okay. So if I refresh again, if you change that to rejected, you see now this field is shown. But if you change that to approved, it should be gone, or to pending, it should be gone, okay. So that's how easy you can just do that, okay. So now we have everything that we need for creating the leave request, but for now we'll just not make the HR manager to create this. So the user or the employee will create themselves, and then this one or the HR manager will be the one to either approve or reject it. So the next thing that we need to do here is just to update the table so that the HR manager can be able to approve or reject the request. So let's go to the table, and here on the table we need to add the record actions. So the first action that we need to add is the following. So action, then we need to say make. The name of the action is going to be approve. So make sure that you have imported this one. And then the icon, can be hero then check circle. So here it will not be visible because we don't have any data. So let me just finish up with this one. So we're going to have the color, which will be success. Then we are going to have the require confirmation, means it will just pop up a model to ask if they are sure on what they are going to do. Okay, then on the visible, we need to say this will only be visible when the leave request, which is our record, which will give us the current record. Okay, then we can say if the current record status equals to pending. Okay, now the action, we can just say function leave request, then record, so what we can do, we can say record, then update the following fields. So the following field, the first one will be the status, and which basically you can start with the approved at. So it will be updated to now. Then we have status, which can be updated to approved. And then we have the approved by, which will be from the logged in user. Okay, means the logged in human resource manager. Okay, so now we have that action done. Now we need to populate the notification to the user. Make sure that you imported this one. So notify the user that the approve was successful. So notification, then make the notification to be success. Then the title, we can just say leave approved. Then we can call the send method so that it can be sent to the user. Now the vice versa to that will be the reject. Okay, so let's define the reject function or action. Okay, so let's just change this one to reject. Okay, now this will be X circle like this way, and then this will be danger, and then we need to say it should be visible only when the status equals to pending again. And then here, instead of just going direct to the action, we need to have the form. Okay, So we can just say form, which now is basically deprecated. So you can just use the schema, okay? And from the schema, you can just use the same way that you would use the form. So text, let's say area, okay? And then you can just say make rejection reason. Then you can make it to be required. Then the number of rows can be 3, okay? And then after that, on action, now the status should be changed to rejected. And then it was approved by the logged in user, and it was approved at this time. And then for the rejection reason, it should be data, then rejection reason. But this data means we need to pass it here. Which will be generated from the form, okay? So this schema will give us this data. So from that data, we are going to get the rejection reason, which we are going to assign it to here, which will be updated into our database. So here we are going to change that to rejected, okay? Rejected, okay? This way. See? So everything will work as we expected, okay? So now, after we've done that, now you can also be able to add the filters for your leave request, but for now, I'll just leave it that way. The only filter that I can add it here, which is the simplest one, is the one to filter according to their statuses. So I can just use this one. So you can just add the select filter, and then you can give the name, then the options that you can use to filter. So you can just put the pending, approved, and rejected. So that will be the filter that you can use to filter your data here. And after you refresh it, you should be able to see that filter here. See? Okay. So now everything works fine concerned with the leave request. Now let's work on the payrolls. So this is the payroll page, and when you visit the new payroll form, so now let's update that step by step. Right now, let's update this payroll form because we want some of the fields to be auto-calculated. For example, the net salary, this one should be auto-calculated. So let's update each of these fields so that we can accomplish that. So here is where I'll start to update, and make sure that you are updating the resources that reside inside this directory called the HR, because this will belongs to the HR panel, okay? So that is very important thing that you should know. So here is our resource. So let's change first the icon. So I'm going to use the icon known as bank notes, okay? So means now if you go back here and refresh, you should be able to see that icon updated here. See? So now it looks like that. Now let's start to update the form. So let's go direct to the form, which is this one. So you can just hold the control and then you click on this one. It will direct you to this form, but also you can just visit the schemas, then payroll form.php. So here on the payroll form.php, let's start to update this way of selecting the user or the employee, because here is where you'll be selecting the user or the employee that you want to create the payroll for. So let's update that, because now it is just a normal drop down. So let's make it to be searchable. So allow it to be searchable. So make it to be searchable, then make it to be preloaded. Okay, and after that, let's make it to be live. Why we make it live? Because its update means when you'll be changing the value of this field, we are going to update the base salary for this particular employee so that we can populate it here. Okay, so we are going to populate it to the basic key salary field. Okay, so let's do that down here. So let me just say after state updated, use that function, and then let's pass the callback function here. So function, then we're going to pass two things. The first one is the state, so means the current state of the field, and then we are going to pass the set, which acts as a setter. Okay, then in set. After that, now let's call the function here and make sure that you imported this one. So import this one from schemas. Okay, so now we have everything that we need. So inside here, we're going to say user is going to be user, then we're going to find the user from the state, because on the state like this one, you see, because on the state here, this will be populating the user ID. So basically means this state will be containing the ID of the user. Okay, so means the user that is found on this particular payroll. Okay, so if you want to cross check if that is correct, so you can just do like something like a dump. Okay, and then you can just dump the state. So you can just say state. See, so you can just dump the state like this way, and after that, if you want to try if that works, so just go to the page and refresh. Okay, now try to change the user. You see, now it populates the ID of the user, so you can just see from here. You see, so this is the ID of the user that we have selected on the form. Okay, so now let's go back to the code and continue with our logic. So after we've been able to get the user here, now let's do the following. So if, then we're going to say if we have the user, means we can be able to set from the setter. Then the field that we're going to set is basically then salary. We need to set the value of this salary from user, then salary. Okay, because that is the field that we have defined it on the user model. Okay, so you can just check that from here. So we have this field called the salary. Okay, so after that, now we have the basic salary will be auto-populated basing on the user that you select. So you can just check it from here. So let's refresh. Okay, so keep an eye here. So when I change the user, let's say from this one, you see the value was auto-populated. Let's change that to this one. You see, so the value is automatically being populated. Okay, so now that's fine. Now let's go to the next field, which is the month. So here we want the user to be able to select the months. So we are going to change this one from input to select, and then after that we're going to say it should have the options. Okay, on these options we're going to have the following things. So first thing will be the name of the month. So this will be the display name, and then its value will be the same. So let's say January. So we are going to do the same thing for 12 months. So for February, March, April, May, June, July, August, and then September. Okay, and then after that we're going to have October, then November, and the last one will be December. Okay, so that will be the month that the user can select from, and then after that for the year we are just going to make it to be by default it should populate the value of the current year. Okay, so what we are going to do is just to say default, then we're going to populate it with the date, then we are going to format that date into the year. Okay, so means it is going to populate the current year on that field. So if we go back here and refresh, okay, so you see the year has been auto-populated. Here you can be able to select the month. Okay, and when you select the user, the salary will be auto-populated. So now let's go to the next field and update it, which is basic salary. So now let's make it prefixed. So let's prefix it with the currency, which is $, and then after that let's make it to be live, and after that let's call the after state updated, and then on the state updated let's call this arrow function, and then on this arrow function let's pass the state of the field, the set, and then the gauge. Okay, okay, after that now let's call the function, and then it is going to call the following thing. So down here we're just going to call this function, which we're going to define it in a minute, which we're going to call it calculate net salary. Okay, and we're going to pass the set and get, okay, from that function. So now let's define that function very quickly down here so that we can be able to use it there. Okay, so we're just going to say protected static function calculate net salary, then it accepts the set and get, and then after that it is going to have the following logic. So on this function what we are going to have is we need to get the basic salary. So the basic salary, let's print it like this way, so it should be float, and then we can just say we get that from the field called the basic salary, or if it is empty we can just get 0, okay, something like that, and then we have calculate net salary. Okay, yeah, now the names are the same, calculate. Yep, so that makes sense. So now let's also get the allowances, and then the allowances we have to format them again. Then we can get them from allowances field, which is right here. So make sure it is the same with this one, and then after that we need to get the deductions. So deductions will be equals to get deductions, and then let's get the bonus. Then you can just call the bonus field. Then after that, let's calculate the net salary, which we will get it by saying net salary will be equals to basic plus allowance, then deduction. This one should be right here, so let me just put it at the end, but this should change to minus, okay, because the bonus, allowances, and basic salary, this should be summed up, and then they should be deducted by the deductions that this this employee encounters. Okay, so if you just do the deductions for, let's say, late days or the absent days, so you can just add that value here, and then it will be reduced from the basic salary plus allowances plus the bonus, so you can just remove it from the salary. And then after that, let's set this net salary into the net salary field. So what we're going to do is just to say set, and then we're going to say net salary, which is the field that is right here. Okay, then set the value to net salary, which is the value that we have computed from here. Okay, so now we have that value on our basic salary. So now means if you go back here and refresh, then when you select the employee, okay, and then you select the month, okay, so now we have the basic salary. So when you just change this value, it should populate something here. For example, if I just change it to this, you see, so that value was populated to here, and it is not being subtracted or added by anything, because all of these fields are 0. Okay, so what we are going to do is just to make also these fields for deduction, allowances, and bonus, all of them to be live. And when we make them to be live, so means whenever you change any of these fields, they should call the same function of calculating the net salary. So let's do that very quickly. So we are just going to do the same thing for these fields. So let me just copy up to here. So from prefix, live, and after state updated, so I'm just going to update that to allowances, deductions, and bonus. Okay, and then for the net salary, means we can make this one to be disabled or read only. So we can just say it disabled, but we can make it to be dehydrated, so that we can allow it to be saved into our database. And also you can just prefix it by the currency that you are using. Okay, so something like that. And then now we have everything that we need. So for the status, we have these status options where the user can select if the payroll is draft, processed, or paid. So down here we have the date picker for selecting if the salary is already paid or not. Okay, so now let's refresh that. All right, so now you can see all of these fields are now well formatted. So now let's select the user. So the the basic salary is this one. Select the month. Let's say the current month is November. So let's change, let's say, the allowance. So let's put something like 500 here. And you can see this value is being calculated in real time. So you see, so let's say $500. This is the allowances. And then for, let's say, bonus, let's say it has a bonus of $100. But you can see here, if I type in a fast way, you see, so those zeros will be removed. Why? Because when you put the field to be live, means whenever you change any of the character here, the server will say, there will be a request sent to the server. So to reduce that problem, so you can just use the feature known as debounce on these live fields. So for example, on these fields that you can just change the values. For example, on the field of deductions and allowances. So here, when you define the live, you can see it accepts three things. So the first one will be on blur, debounce, and the condition, if it is true or not. So you can just use the on blur and debounce. So I'm going to show you the difference between the on blur and debounce. So for example, if we use the on blur, okay, if we use on blur, then we say true. Okay, so what will be happening here, for example, on the allowances field, let me show you, because we are using on blur, so I'm going to show you the difference. So when we select the employee, the basic salary will be populated. So now let's keep an eye on this one. So because we have put that to be on blur, so now this field is on focus. So when it will be on focus, it will not send any request until when you change the focus from this field, let's say, to another field. That's when that request will be sent. So that is the on blur. So for example, here, let's say the bonus or the allowances is 500. You can see now I can type and nothing is being changed here. So I can type everything like that, and nothing is being populated here or anywhere. So you can see it works just fine. But when I'll change that focus, let's say, to this field, you can see that value was auto calculated. Okay, so that is on blur. So you can just choose the best that works for you. So that is on blur. But if you change that to debounce, means you are just going to do the following thing: to provide the number of seconds that you want your request to delay, and then they will be sent. So this will not let's say it is a means of delaying your sending the request from the interface to the server. So for example, here I can just say I want to delay the request for, let's say, 300 seconds. Okay, so this will be milliseconds. So means if you put something like this, this will be 3 seconds. So now let's say on the view, refresh, select the employee, and then on the allowances, now you can see I can be able to type this value. Okay, you can see. So until when I stop to type, that's when the request will be sent. So it will just delay for 3 seconds. But you can add that, let's say, to let's say 5 seconds. And then if I go back here and refresh, and then if I type here something like this, you see, so it will just delay for 5 seconds, and then it will send the request. So the best way that I like to use this one is by using on blur, because that makes a lot of sense, because just only when the user shift the focus is when we are going to perform the request. So I just want to use this one for this tutorial. So I just say on blur, and this will be the same thing to other fields that call this method. So let me just put that. Okay, so now everything works fine. Now refresh. All right, select the employee, select the month. Okay, now let's update the allowance. For example, 500. On deduction, I want to put, let's say, 250. You see, the value is being updated. And on bonus, let's say he has a bonus of $100. Okay, you see, so this will be the net salary after adding the allowance, removing the deductions, and adding the bonuses. Then for the status, you can just change that status. If it is paid, let's say paid, and you can just select the paid date, let's say today, and then create. You see, so this was created successful. So now if you go back to the payroll, on payroll listing, now you should be able to see the details of your payroll that you have created. Okay, you see, so we have the payroll here. But let's say you need to have a way to generate this payroll, let's say from the action. So we need to add, let's say, a certain action here, and then if the user click that, or the HR manager click that, it can be able to generate the payrolls for all the users, or you can just provide the users that you want to generate their payrolls. Okay, so let's do that very quickly. So let me update first this form, table. So let's go to the table. I want to reduce some of the fields so that we can have a little bit good looking listing page. So we have the username. Basically here we don't show the name of the employee, so let's add that here. So we are just going to update this field. So user, then employee ID. So we're going to show the employee ID of this user, and then we're just going to say the label for this should be employee code. All right, so now we have to show the month and the year, the basic salary, the allowance, deduction. Basically we can just remove this allowance, deduction, and the bonuses, and just show the net salary that will be calculated by the system. Okay, and then after that we can just show the status, and then you can remove the paid at field. Okay, so now I guess this will look a little bit simpler. So let's refresh. Yeah, and it will make more sense, so that you can know that this is for this user, the employee code is this one, the month, year, and you can see basically this is not a numeric field, that's why you see that comma there. So let's leave it this way, and then you refresh again. All right, so you see now the year looks a little bit good. And then for the basic salary and net salary, let's make them to be numeric, but let's use the field called money. and then let's use the USD currency. And then refresh. You see, so now it has been populated well. So you can see the currency there, which is the currency symbol, and everything looks a little bit good. Okay, so now let's add the action here so that we can be able to generate the payroll from the system. So what we're going to do here is just to create the following action. So let's go to the table, which is this one, and then let's go to and add the header action. So let's define here. So we can just say header actions, and here is where we're going to define our action. So let's define action. Okay, and then we're going to say make generate payroll, and then the label we can just say generate payroll, then icon can say hero icon, then we can use the cog. Okay, and then we can say the color, we can use the success, and then we need to have the form here. So now on Filament version 4, instead of form, we on actions we use schemas. Okay, so let's define the schema here, and from here we need to have the following fields. So the first field will be the one for selecting the months. So we need just to copy the months field from here, and paste it here, import the select field. Alright, now we need to format the default value of these months. So basically you can just say default, then you can just say the default value will be the instance of now, and then you can just say format to a full name month. Okay, and then after that remove that comma. Then we need to have a field for populating the number of years. So for populating the number of years, let's say we can just do the following thing. So we can just define the text input, then we can just call it year. We can make it to be required, we can make it to be numeric, and then we can just say the default value can be now, then we can get the current year, and then after that we can just define the minimum value. So the minimum value, let's say we can say 2020. Okay, and the maximum value we can say, for example, it can be now, then year plus, let's say 1 year. Okay, so means the user or the HR manager cannot generate the payroll for more than 1 year ahead of now. Okay, so this is the maximum value that you can just be able to generate the payroll for. Okay, and then after that, let's have a field for generating or for populating the user or the employee. Okay, so let's just have the field down here. All right, so this will be the new field, which is a select field, which will be selecting the user ID and then placeholder. So this is like saying we need to generate for all employees if you don't select any of this user. And then here we have the relationship between the payroll and the user, which is called the user, and then the attribute, we're going to use the name, and then we make it to be searchable, also to be preloaded. Okay, after that, let me squeeze these values so that we can have them look good a little bit. Okay, yep. So now the action now will be looking great. Now let's see from here if we have that action. Refresh. All right, you see, so now we have the action right here, which is saying generate payroll, and when you click it, you should be able to see that form that we have created here. See, so the form was auto populated with the current month, which is November, then the current year, and then you can be able to select the employee, which is option. So you can select or you cannot select. So when you select, means the payroll that you are generating will be for that specific user, but if you leave it, means it will generate it for all your users or all of your employees. So now let's finish up with adding the real action. So this has to start there and it should end here. Okay, so down here let's define the action. All right, so on action we need to pass the following callback function. So let's say function, and then we are going to pass the array of datas from the form. Okay, and then after that, let's define here what is going to happen. So we are just going to call this generate payroll job. Then we are going to dispatch, and then we're just going to say we're going to pass the following details. So the first thing will be the month, then we are going to pass the year and also the user ID, which is option. Okay, which can be null. Okay, so now let's go and define this job. So let's create the Laravel job. So we're going to say PHP @ make job. All right, now this will ask you for the name of the job. So we are just going to use the same name, so populate it here, and then let's create. All right, so you can see now this has been created inside the app jobs, then the name of your job. So let's open it like this way. Okay, so this will be the job that we are going to use to create and to dispatch the functionality. So after this job has been run and created is successful, so we need to show the notification to our user. So we need to say filament notification, then we're going to say make, then we are going to say the notification should be of success, and then we need to show the title of the notification. Then we're just going to say payroll generation started, and then for the body we can just say payroll is being generated in the background. You will receive the you will receive the, or you will be notified once completed, so something like that. And then let's send that notification. All right, so now let's import this job because already we've just defined it. So now it is time to go and start to update it so that it can have everything that we need. So let's start to update that very quickly. So let's go to this job, which is this one. All right, so from here we need to make sure that it is should be QAB, and then here we can just use the following thing. So we can say it should be dispatchable, okay, and then we can say it should interact with queue, and then we can say it should be able to serialize models. Okay, so those will be the very important things that you need to have. Okay, and then after that we need to define some of the public key properties here. So what we're going to do is to say public, then let's say timeout, all right, and then we have the number of retries. So let's say tries can be 3, okay, so something like that. And then from the constructor here we need to define the values that should be passed from the action which we have already defined. So the first thing will be the string of the name of the month, okay, and then we have the int value of year, and then we have the optional value, which is integer value of user ID, okay, so something like that, because this will be the values that we pass from here. Okay, so now already we have defined that on our constructor. Okay, so now every value passed from the dispatching will be received there. Okay, now let's go to the handle method where we are going to do the thing. Okay, right, so now let's generate the query here. So the query will be user where status equals to active, because we want to get only the active employees so that we can generate their payrolls. And then we need to say we want to get the payroll, or to generate the payroll for the users where their basic key or their salary is already defined. So we just say where not null on the field only salary. Okay, we can just start from there, and then let's import this user, which is our model. So import it that way, and then after that let's have an if condition here to check if the user ID was passed from here. So if the user was passed here, means we need to get the user, only the specific user and not all the users. Okay, so here we're just going to say if this user ID, means if the user ID is not null, so we can just say where user ID equals to the ID which was passed here. All right, so after that, if already we've done there, so we can just get the employee by saying query then get. Okay, and then after that we need to run a for each loop through our employees. So we can just say employee basically this should be employees. All right, so employees, then here we can have employee, all right, and then after that down here we need to have a try and catch block. All right, so on a try, what we're going to do, the first thing is to check if the payroll exists. All right, so we're just going to say existing payroll be equal to payroll, then where the user ID equals to employee ID. All right, but here import the payroll model. All right, and let's add another condition here. So we need to check for the month, payroll for the month, then we're going to check for the month that has been passed from the constructor, and then we need to check for the year. So we need to say year, and then for the year. Right, so if it happens that the payroll for the certain user and then for specified month and year exist, so means that is an existing payroll, and then we can just say if existing payroll, then you can just say log, then on info we can just say let me use the double quotes. So we can say payroll already exist or, then you can say employee, then name, then for this let's say month, and then you can show the year. Right, okay, so something like that, and then let's close that log, And then here you can call the continue, so that we can just skip that employee, okay, or that payroll, so we can just skip it. So to skip it, because we are on for loop, for each loop, so just call the continue, and then that will be skipped. And if it happens that this is not an existing payroll, so we need to calculate, let's say you want to get the bonuses, how you get the bonuses, the deductions, and everything like that. So you may have different ways to get those values here. So for now, I'll just try to show you one way, but I can just hard code these details. So here you can just say, I can put the placeholder, so calculate the bonuses plus allowances and deductions, okay. All right, so for me, I'll just put the hard-coded values for the time being. So I just say, for example, allowances, I can put something like 100, let's say 500, and then bonus can be, let's say 200, and then for deductions, I can put 150, all right. And then after that, after you have been able to get all of those details, then now calculate the net salary. So you can just say the basic salary will be from employee, then salary, and then the net salary will be basic salary plus allowances plus bonus, and then you can minus by deductions, okay. After that, you will have the net salary, and then after that, we need to create the new payroll for this employee. So what we are going to do is to say payroll, which is our model, then create. All right, so on create here, we can just populate the user ID for that employee. Then you can say employee ID, then we can just populate the month, then you can populate the month, then we have the year, then we have the basic salary, so you need to store the basic So for the basic salary here, let's call the basic salary, and then we have the allowances, Then we have deductions. All right, and then after that we have the net salary. And then after that we have the status, which by default can be draft, which is this way. Okay, so now we have everything that we need so that we can be able to create the payroll. Okay, and then after that we need to log let's say the payroll for that user was generated for that month and for that year. And then if it happens that we have an exception, let's log that error here. So you can just say error generating payroll for this user, and then you can show the error message. All right, so now everything works well. Means now when the, let's say the human resource manager want to generate the payrolls, so the payroll will be dispatched as a job and it will be queued automatically. So when it will be queued means when you run the queues, so that the payroll will be auto generated. So currently what we can do, we can just test this if it works. So we can just refresh, because currently we can just remove that payroll so that we can see if it will just generate for all of our employees. So now let's click the generate payroll, and then let's say for this November this year, and then do not select any employee, then submit. All right, so now payroll is being generated in the background, so that is the notification. So now let's see if that task was added to the table of jobs. So let's go to the jobs. Let's see from the jobs table. All right, here you can see we have this new job. So now what we can do in order to see that working, so you can just run the following command. So PHP @ queue work. So let's see if that job will be dispatched. So you see, and it was done. So now let's see from the log first to see if everything works as we wanted. So let's go to the logs, then laravel.log. Let's see, scroll down here, and you can see, so generated for this employee and also for this employee. So now let's go to the page here and refresh. Now we have the payroll auto generated, you see, and they were calculated based on the values that we added here, because I have mentioned that I'll just hard code these values, but you can just do the maneuver here. For example, to get the allowances, how to get the bonus. Let's say you just want to calculate them based on the performance preview that you have for that particular employee in that specific month. So that is how you can just do that. But for now, this is the simplest way that you can do that, and we have seen that everything works as we wanted. So now you can be able to generate the payrolls by using the jobs. Okay, so let me just stop this queue work, and now let me close that one. So now everything that we need to do on the payroll is done. So now the next thing is to deal with the performance preview resource on our HR, so that we can be done on the side of HR. So let's go to the performance review. All right, on the performance review, the first thing will be to change the icon, which we should change that to star. Right, and now if we go back here and refresh, Now you should be able to see the icon has been changed to star. Let's visit that page and then let's go to the form. Now we are going to update that form to look a little bit great, because now you can see it has a lot of details. So now let's update that step by step. So let's go to the form. All right, so here I'm just going to do the following. So I'm just going to have a section here. So I'll call it, let's say make. So review informations. Then I want it to have the 2 columns. All right, and after that, now let's just cut some of the fields. So from user ID, review ID, and the review period, these 3 fields, I'll put them here, and then make this field to be searchable and preloaded. And then after that, we can just update the reviewer, and then from here we can just make it to have the searchable and preload as we have done before. And then for the review period here, the user can have something like this. So for example, you can say the default can be now, means you can just populate the today's date, but what you can do, you can just put the placeholder here. So you can just say placeholder, and then what you can do, you can just say, let's say something like let's say review, select the review period. So you can just say let's say you can put something like a period, like you say from this date up to this date on a certain month. So you can just put something like that. Okay, so that will be working fine. So now after we've already done everything for that specific section, now if you go back here and refresh, you see, so now we have this way of reviewing the user performance. And then after that, let's define another section below it. So section, then here we're going to say performance metrics, and which I will just do the 1 to 10 metrics, and then this will be the section. Okay, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to populate the quality of work, productivity, communication, teamwork, and leadership, and then the overall rating. So all of these fields, I'm going to cut them and populate them here. All right, and then this one will have another section. So let me just cut this and paste them here. All right, so now everything is fine. So if we go back here and refresh, all right, so this looks good, but this one I want it to be in a full column width. So column span, right, refresh. No, not this one, this one. Right, yeah, so this looks good. So now let's update these fields because I want to make them to be live. So what I'm going to do here is just to say on equality of work, we can just say the minimum value be 1 and the maximum value to be 10. Okay, then let's make this to be live, and then after that let's use the after state updated, then we can just call a certain function. So after state updated, then we can just say function, then we can pass the state, and then we can just call the a certain function which we will call it calculate overall rating. Okay, now let me just import this. All right, so you see everything that we need. So now let's go down here and just calculate that functionality. So let's just calculate that function, which will just have all the fields. So you see here we get all the fields as we were doing before on the other hand, but it is a good idea to type hint these fields. So for example, I can just type hint this one to int, okay, so that it can be integer. So I can just type hint for all the other fields, you see, and then after that we need a way to calculate the overall rating. So you can see the overall rating, we can just have this value, which is quality of work, productivity, communication, teamwork, and leadership. Then we can divide it by 5 because we are getting like an average of these details. So why we are dividing it by 5? Because we want to get the overall. So that overall is like an average. Then that average we are going to round it, so that if we have more than 2 more decimal places, so that we can just do the precision of 2 decimal places. And then after that we are going to populate this the overall rating to this field here. Okay, so what we are going to do here is just to do the same thing. So have these details of minimum up to here, copy, and then we're going to use the same details here on the productivity, okay, on communication, also on teamwork, on leadership, and then on overall that will be auto calculated. But what we are going to do on that field is just to have the suffix to say this will be out of 10, okay, but also we need to make this to be disabled so that no user will be able to edit, but we need to make it to be dehydrated so that the user can be able to save that value into our database. Okay, so now everything will work fine because already we have this minimum and maximum. We make the fields to be live, and then we have this function to track the values when you just change any of those values, and then it will just go and calculate the overall rating. Okay, so now let's go back to the view and just refresh. All right, so you can see this is disabled value. So now let's just select the employee. Let's say the reviewer is this human resource. Okay, so it's the reviewer. Then the quality of work, we can just say 5. See, so now it has started to populate those values. Productivity, I can just say 4, and then on communication I can say 7. Teamwork I can say 2, and on leadership I can say 5. Okay, so now this will be the overall rating, and after that now you can just populate these strengths, areas for improvement, goals, and comments. So you can just populate something like blah 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 blah, and then after that you can just create that value, and you see, so the value was created successful. Now if I go back to the performance here, you should be able to see these details. So now let me update this table to look a little bit nice. So let me just reduce some of the fields. So what we're going to do is just to update the table. All right, so here on the table we are going to do the same thing. Let's populate again the employee code. Okay, and after that let's add the review period, and then here I'm going to remove these ratings. I'm just going to leave the overall rating. You can put the suffix there. All right, and then what we can do, we can have the colors for different ranges. So what you can do, you can just say colors, and then what you can do, you can just do the following thing. So you can just say danger, then you can use the arrow function here, and then if the state is less than 5, so this the color will be danger. If it is greater than or equal to 5 but less than 8, we can just say this is a warning, and then if it is greater than 8, we can just say this is success. Okay, so that will be the correlation for this particular overall rating. So to make this color look there, so we can just make this one to be a badge field. Okay, so now that's will work fine. And the other thing that you can do is to add the filters here. So you can just say select filter, and you can just select according to the user. So let me just import this select filter. All right, and then after that we can have the filter for the reviewer. All right, so you can just be able to filter based on the reviewers. So now let me refresh. See, so this was the overall rating for this employee for that particular month, okay, which is this review period. And now you can just let's say do something like this, and when you apply, so the filter will be applied. You can just reset it, and you see everything works fine. So this is on the side of the human resource manager. So now let's add the stats reviewer here, which is our widget. So let's add that very quickly. So what we're going to do here is just to create that widget. So let me do PHP @ make filament widget. So I'm going to call it stats overview. So the type will be stats overview. Yes, and then I'm going to create it for HR panel. So here I'll say no. All right, so now let's open that stat, okay, which is this one. So now let's update that one to the following things. So on stats, I'm going to have the following stats. Import the user, right? So here we need to have the active employees. So we are going to get the user where the status equals to active, then you get the count, then you can see this will be the currently active, the icon, and the color. So if I go back here and refresh, you should be able to see that details here. And then after that, we need to have another one for pending leave request, so that the human resource can be able to see that analytics very quickly. So import that, and then you can see, so where the leave request status equals to pending, we need to get the account, and then they can see requires action. Then you can populate the action. You see from here, if I refresh again, you should be able to see that pending leaves, which is this one, you see. And then after that, let's add another one for today's attendances. So import the attendance model. Okay, so this will be the start for today's attendance, and you can see, yep, so it has something like that, and you can see how it works. So we just get the where date, and then we pass the date, then the date will be for today, okay, and it will just track for the status where equals to present. So we are going to see these details, some of them, after we've already added there the panel for the employee, and the employees started to update their attendances or update the leave request. Okay, so now let's add another one for payroll. Okay, so let me import the payroll model, and you can see this is generating the details for payroll. And then let me just populate the description. So we have the processed this month, then the icon and the information. Okay, so you can see, so everything that we need already populated here. So on the side of human resource, now we are through. So everything that we need for the attendances, we have leave request, we have payrolls. Already we have seen on how you can generate it from here by using the Q jobs, and then the performance reviews for your employees. Okay, so everything works fine. So now the next step is to start to update or to create the panel for the employees, and then you start to update all the resources and everything that we need from the side of employee. All right, so now let's start to work on the employees panel. So the first step will be to create the panel for employees. So let's go back to the code, which is this one, and then let's start to create that by going to the terminal. And then from here, we need to run the following command: php @make, then filament panel, and then after that we need to give the name of the panel, which will be employee. Okay, and then click enter. So this command will create a new panel which will be added inside the providers filament. Then you should be able to see the new panel populated here, and after that it should be registered on your providers here. So you should be able to see that new panel added here, as now you see we have the one for admin and you have the other one for HR panel. So by any means, if it happens that it is not added here automatically, so you need to add it manually. Okay, so now, all right, so you can see here, so it has created a new panel which is found inside the app providers, then the filament, then you can see the provider. So now you see inside the providers filament, we have a new panel which is this one. So this will be the panel for employees. So currently when you try to access that panel, so for example, now let's access that panel, employees, and then if you click enter, it should give you an error because we didn't allow the login functionality in this panel. So you see, it will say the route for login is not there. So we need to go and add that feature here on the panel. So let's say login. Okay, and after adding the login, now you should be able to refresh, and then after you've been able to refresh your page, you should be able to see that we are redirected to the login page of employees panel. So here is where all your employees will be allowed to log in and perform their functionalities here. Okay, so now after we've been able to create this panel, so it is time to start to do some configuration. For example, I want to change the color to be green, so I just change that to green, and then if I go back and refresh, these colors should change to green. You see, so now this will be for employees. If you go to the HR, so the HR one should be in this way. You see, this is the color for HR, and for admin the color is blue, right? So you see, that is the difference. So now let's go back to the employees. All right, here we are on the employees side, and now on the employee side we need to add a way to reset their password, because you need to allow their the users or the employees to be able to reset their password. So let's enable the password reset. Okay, and after adding the password reset, if you refresh here, you should see now the function to forgot password, and here they should be able to add their emails, and when they add their emails, they should be sent the email with the link for updating their password. But this will not work until when we configure the email configuration of our application. So now we need also to add this functionality to other panels. So let's add the same functionality to the HR panel. All right, and on admin I'll not allow it, so let me just do this on HR only. Okay, so now in order for this to work, now let's update first the .env file. So from here, let's update these details for the email. So I'm going to use the following details. So I'll just replace this, and then you see I'll use the Gmail as my server, and then here we see I'll use this email, which is my email, and then the password I'll need to create a new password from the email. So let's go to that email, which is this one. So let me go to manage email or manage my account. So I'll just navigate there. All right, and from my account here, I have to search for app password. All right, so now I should verify if I'm the one using the system. So let me put my fingerprint, and then now I should be directed to the account where I can be able to create a new password. So let me delete this one and create another one, which will be HRMS app, and then I'll create. Right, so this is the new password that I should use. So let me copy it, then I'll say done, then I'll go back to my application and I'll paste that value here. So I'll just remove the unnecessary space like this one. So now all the emails will be sent from this email. Okay, so the app name will work as we expected. So the thing that we need to do here is just to optimize the application so that the new change, all the new configuration should be populated to the application. So now let me say optimize, then clear, so that it can clear the configuration cache and the other things. And then after that, let me clear my terminal. And now let's go back to the application, refresh. Yeah, so now you see it has been loaded successful. So now it is time to go back to the admin side, which is a admin side, and then we should log in and see if we have any employee. So admin, then we put the password. Right, so here you can see now we are on the admin side. So now let's see on users, because all of our employees are residing on the users. So now let's see the users listing. And from here, now we should be able to see these users. So now if I visit one of these users, because I know this one is an employee. Yeah, so if you open that user here on the roles, we need to create a new role for employees. So let's create that role here. All right, now let's create a new role. And we should give the name of the role as employee. All right, and then let's assign some of the details, but for now, because we are on the admin panel, so we should not assign any permission here. So it's just to create it. Let me create that. Okay, so now it has everything that we need. So what is going to happen, we need to go to the panel of employees. So employee panel, here we need to add the plugin. So plugins, then we need to add the Filament Shield plugin, import it. Okay, so now we have that plugin, and now let's go back to the admin. Let's go to the user that we want to assign the role. So now if we go back and assign the role of employee and save, so now this is one of our employees. So let's see. And basically on this users listing, we should be able to show the roles. So I'll just update it very quickly. So let me just update that. Let's go back to the filament, then resources, users, then tables. Let's update that. Okay, so here we have the name and we have the email. Then the next thing that we need to have here is the department name. Okay, which we should remove this. It should not be date time. Then we need to make it to be searchable. And then after that, we need to have the position of this employee. So I'll just remove this updated at and recreated at. Okay, then we have let me remove this one. All right, after that, then we need to show the employment type of this employee. So let's just remove the date of birth, hire date, and other things. So let's remove this. Okay, so we show the employment type, and then after that, we have the status. All right, and remove this one. Basically, what we can add here is to show the date of hire. Okay, so make, then we can just call the hire date. Okay, something like this. So now this is how it should be, and then let's refresh. Yep. So now we see all the details that we need to see, and then after that, let's add the roles here. So on the roles, let's just add it right here. So we can just say roles, then name, then you can have the badge, and now refresh. You see, so now we have the roles here. So we can just identify that this is a admin, this is an employee, and this is HR manager. So now let's try to log in with this user. So let's copy the email from this user, which is this one. Paste it there, and let's try the login. See, so now the user or the employee has been able to log in successfully into our application. But now we need to make sure that if this user forgot their password, they should be able to let's say to reset them. So let's try. Let's go to forgot password. Let's put the email, which is this one. But now they should not be able to receive this email because this is a testing email. So now let's try to put the real email here. So for example, I can put in my email. So I can just say at.com, and then let me send the email. All right, so this email is not found into our system. So let me just go back and refresh. Let's update that and save. All right, so this email now is found on our application. So if we go back here and send again, all right, so you see we have emailed your password reset link, and if your account doesn't exist, you will not receive the email. Okay, so now let's go and try to access that email. So let me open my email here, and I'll just log in with my credentials. Login. All right, let me refresh. And after refreshing, I don't see that email here. So what can be the issue here is that Filament will use the queue jobs to send the email. So we need to run the queue worker. So let's say PHP at some queue, then work. Okay. So after that, this should send you the email. You see, so reset password, which is the notification. So that is running. Yep, so you can see now this is done, means the email was sent successful. So now let's see if the user received that email. So let's go to the email, refresh. Okay, I guess it takes some time. Yep, you see, so now we have the email here, which is from HRMS, and now let's open it, and here we can see it says this way. So you are receiving this email because you received the password reset request for your account. So this password reset link will expire in 60 minutes. Okay, so if you want to reset the password, so you should be able to click this button. So let me just copy the link, and I'll just open it on this side. So I just open it. All right, so you can see the email, and here is where I should put in my new password. So what I can do, I can just add a new password, and then I'll just update to, and then save. All right, so now your password has been reset, and now let's try to log in with the new password. So the email and then password. Okay, so you see, so everything works fine. So the email reset or the password reset functionality works really well on our side. So everything has been working as we expected. So now it is time to continue with our development. So now the next step was to start to create the employee resources that we need on this side. So let's start by doing the following things. So because already we have done the email thing, so let's just commit that. So we can just say added, or we can just say created the new panel for employees, and enabled the login and password reset features. Now commit, then sync. All right, so now we have this commit sent. So now it is time to start to add the new employee resources. So let's start by going to the terminal, and then let's start to create the required resources. All right, now let's start from here. Let me clear that, and then let's start by creating the first resource, which should be the one for attendance. So let's create that. So PHP @make filament resource, then the name of the model, which is attendance. Then we should make sure that we generate this one, and then we can put the view page. Okay, so now let's try, and then click enter. So we generate this one for employee, so just select the employee panel, and then now we should be able to see that new resource. So if we go back here and refresh, we should be able to see that new resource here, but currently you should not be able to see it because already we added the filament shield plugin, which means we don't have access to access that resource currently. So, and if you try to access it, let's say if you try to say you want to access that page for attendance, basically it should be attendances. Yeah, you see, so it will be forbidden. Why? Because we don't have access to this page. So what is going to happen here means the first step, we can just generate all the resources, and then we can log in as a super admin on this panel, and then we can allow the employee to be able to access those resources. So let's generate all the required resources. So currently you will be able to see the new directory called the employee under filament, and then inside it you should be able to see the new resources that you created. So let's create another resource for leave request, and make sure that it is the name of the model that you have, and then we generate it for employee, and then we need to have another one for payroll, and then the last one will be for performance review. All right, so performance, here we have performance review, employee. Yep, so now we have all the required resources. So if you go to the employees, then resources, you should be able to see the one for attendance, leave request, payrolls, and performance review. So now let's try to generate the policies for these resources. So what is going to happen, we can just do the following. So PHP @sun then should generate, then we can say for all, then we can just do that for employee, and then we say yes, and then we generate. After that, now we have all the required permissions for this panel, and now the next step is to log in as super admin on this side. So let's sign out, and then let's sign in as a super admin. Yep, so here we have logged in as a super admin, and you can see as a super admin we can see all the resources. Let's go to the roles, and let's go to the employee. You can see we don't have any permission, so let's allow them to access these resources. So what they are going to be able to access is just to view the attendance. Okay, we can be able to view the request, create it, and then update it. And then for payroll, they can be able to just view, and then for performance review, then they can just be able to view them. And then after that, we don't have anything else to allow them, so let's save. And now let's log out and log in as an employee. So the email for the employee, the password. Yep, so now you can see we are able to see this added resources. So that's why we added the roles and permission. And here you can see now we can be able to see the attendances. You see, so this is attendance, and basically we are going to advance this one so that we can only see the attendances for the logged in user. All right, so you can see this is the logged in user, which is this one. But if there is an attendance for another employee, let's say, let's go back here and create a new employee. Let's create a new employee here, and let's select the department. Let's say this employee is in the IT department. The position for this employee, let's say, is another software developer. And for the date of birth, let's say this is a senior developer who was born in let's try 19, let's say 90. I guess that is fine. Yep. And then we say this is a full-time guy, and then let's put his salary, let's say, to 150,000. All right, and then for the password, let's put the simple password, and I'll just update this one. All right, the this should be the hire date. Let's say we can say it should be, let's say, this year. Then for the date of birth, here is where we can have so now this makes sense. And now let's select the role is employee, and then let's update this images contact, and then create. Yep, so now we have this employee. So now if we go back to the employee panel, you see now we have this attendance. But if we sign out and log in with that new employee, you see, so if we go to attendances, you see they were able to see the attendance for other users, which is wrong. So what we can do here is just to see only their own attendances. So to do so, we are going to update the way we are generating these details on the table. So let's start by doing that. So let's go to the code here, and then let's go to the new created resources. Let's go to the attendances, and for the attendance, let's make this one to be let's say clock for the icon. And then on the table here, we can just modify the query. So you can just say modify query using, and then we can just pass the query, then the builder, and then on this builder, let's make it we import that builder. So it should be database eloquent builder. All right, and then after that, here we need to return the following updated query. So just say where user ID equals to the logged in user ID. Okay, something like this. So now means all the data that will be generated in this table will be basing on the logged in user. So now if we go back here, you see, and if we refresh, this should be gone. Yep, you see, so it has been gone. because it is not related to the logged in user. And then for this particular user to be able to check in and check out on the daily basis, so we are going to create a new custom page on the Filament side. So we are going to create that custom page where our users can be able to use that to check in and check out. So let's generate that page very quickly, and then let's see the functionality in it, and then we can continue by updating this resource. So what we are going to do here is just say PHP @ make filament then page, and then the name of the page can be check in then out. All right, and then we generate this one for employee side. So let's say employee panel, and then no. Yep, so now we have that page. So means on this page currently we cannot be able to access it, and if we are able to access it, it is because we don't have the permission for it. So if we refresh, now we are able to access it. So we need to add it on Filament Shield. So what we are going to do, go to the employee, then pages, then the page, you will find it here, then add this trait. So use as page shield. Okay, and then after that, if we go back here and refresh, we should not be able to see that page, you see. So until when we have access to that page. So let's log out and sign in as a super admin, and let's assign that value. Yep, so let's go to the roles, employee, and let's go to the pages and assign this page, save. All right, so now as an employee, we should be able to see that page. Now let's sign in as an employee. Yep, so now we see that page here, and we can be able to access it. All right, so this is our page now. So what we are going to do here, first we need to add the icon, and then after that we need to make sure that this is in one group with the attendances. So let's do that. So here let's add the icon. So what we are going to do is to do the following thing. So we're just going to say protected, then static string, then in this way, and then you need to add this backd enum. So use backd enum here, and also you need to add this hero icon, and then here we can just use another icon which can be, let's say we can just leave that way, and if we go back and refresh, you should be able to see that all of these use the same icon. So I'll just change that, let's say to use the arrow path. Yep, so now if I refresh, yep, and then now let's put this under the same group. So to put them under the same group, we can just say because currently it is check in, check out, and let's say we can just say protected, then a static string, then unit enum, and then the group here should be attendees. Okay, or we can just say attendees, and this should also be available on the attendees resource here. Okay, and make sure that you add this unity enum. So now if I go back in the refresh, now this should be in the same group. And now let's update the same thing to the check-in and checkout page here. Okay, so it should be this way. And then let's add here the unit enum. So we use unit enum. Okay, and then if we go back and refresh, yep. So here you see the two now reside on the same group, which you can just collapse it and expand it in this way. Okay, so now let's update the logic for this page so that it can allow the user to check in and check out into the attendances. Okay, so what we are going to do here is to define the public key properties that we are going to use. So the first property that we are going to use is today attendance. Okay, and then we are going to define another one for can check in, which by default should be false. And we need to have another one for public can check out, which by default should be false too. And then we need to define another public key property which store the current time. And then after that, let's define the public mount function, which will be used to load the attendances. So we are going to say here, we're going to define this method, which is called the load attendance. And the current time, we can just say current time can be equals to now. Then we can just format this time to this way, means we can just format it to hour, minute, seconds, and then we can have this way to show the meridians, like post meridian and anti meridian. Okay, after that, now let's define the load attendance function, which we are going to do the following. The first thing will be to get the today attendance, means we are going to get the attendance for the user for the current day. So we are going to do the following thing. So today attendance will be equals to attendance where the user ID equals to the logged in user, but with this condition that it should be the date of that attendance should be of today. Okay, so you can see that on the attendance model, which is our model, basically you should import that model here. All right, already we've imported that. So now if you go to this model, here you can see that we have the field called the date, and that is the one that we are checking here. So the date should be equals to the today's date. Okay, and then after that we get the first data to be found, and then after that we can just update this can check and can check in and can check out. So what we are going to do is we're going to say if so it will check for check-in date and time, and then for checkout. So for check-in, so for user to be able to check in here, so we need to check if we don't have the today's attendance. So here add the $sign, you see. So we need to check if we don't have the today's attendance, which that's why you see this not operator, or we don't have the check-in date and time. That's when this user should be able to check in. So that will be updated from false to true. And then for checkout, for can checkout, we should check if we have the today's attendance, means we have it, and then if we don't have, means the check-in time and date is not null, and then and we check if the checkout value is equal to null. So we don't have the checkout, we have the check-in, and also we have the today's attendance. That's when the user can be able to check out from their attendances. So now the other things that we are going to do here is just to define the functionality for check-in and checkout. So to define the function for check-in and checkout, we are going to do the following. So we're just going to say public function check-in alright, and from check-in here, what we're going to do is to do the following. So if the user cannot be able to check in, so we are going just to return a null here. So we just return, which means it will just return it to the user, and then after that let's update now the attendance. So we're going to create the today's attendance here. So we need just to say create, you see, and then we need to create the user ID with the ID of the logged in user. For the date, we should populate the today's date. On the check-in time, we should make that to be the current time. And then for the status, now we can just do the following thing. So for the status, we can just do something like this, status. Then we can just say now, then we can format the time to hour and then in minutes. Then we can just say if that time it is greater than, let's say 9 a.m. so 09, then this way we should say the status equals to late. So we can just use this way. And then if it happens the time is below that time, so we can just say it was just a normal present status. Okay, so if this is the late time, or it is the above time the employee should be at the office, so when they will be checking more than that time, so this should be late, and else to that should be present. Okay, so now that is fine. So the next step will be to load the attendance again, remove this one, and then here we need to show the notification to the user, notification, and then we can say make then we can just say the title for this can be checked in successfully. Then for the body, you can say your check-in time was this one, and then you format that to hour, minute, and then we can just have the meridian, and then we can have the send function here. All right, and then after that we can be able to load the attendance again. Okay, after that, now we have everything that we need, and to be safe, what you can do here, you can just apply the try and catch. So try and catch block, and what you can do is just to cut everything here into the try block. Okay, and then for the catch, you can just say exception, which should be exception, and then here you can just do the notification. First you can just return, and then you can just basically we don't need the return here, so you can just do notification. Then basically this one should be the success notification, and this one should be the danger or the error. I like to use the danger. And then let's say for the title, we can just say check in failed, and then for the body you can just say you have already checked in today, right? So something like that, and then we can send that notification to the user. So after we've been able to do the check-in functionality, now let's do the one for checkout. So for the checkout, what we are going to do is just to have a try and catch block again, and then we're going to check if we don't have the today's attendance. Right, so we can just check for if we have the today's attendance. So if, then this attendance, which is today's attendance, day attendance, and then we can just do the following. We can say today attendance. So here, instead of creating the new attendance, we can just update it. And then after that, let me close this block, so I can just say here we don't need the try and catch, so we can just have something like that. And then let's have another block here to close this one. Let me squeeze this back. Okay, and then after that, here on update, we're just going to update the checkout time. So checkout, which is our field checkout, and then this will be equals to now. Yep, so this will be for checkout, and then after this has been done successful, now we need to show the notification to the user. So here we can say check the out successful, and then we can have the body. Then we can say your checkout time was this one. Okay, then we can have the hour, minute, and then the meridian. Then we need to have the send, and then here is where we can load again the attendance. Okay, after that, now let's define the another method which will help to get the header actions of our form. which will help us to get the check-in action and the checkout action. So let's do that down here. So we're going to say public function get header actions, which return the arrays, and let's have that here. Basically this should be the protected, because this is already defined by Filament, so it should be this way. So we're going to return an array here, an array of actions. So we're going to say action, which is an filament action. Then we're going to say make. The action should be check in. Then we need to update the label. Then on the label we can just say check in. Then the icon can be hero icon. Then we can have the arrow right on rectangle. Okay, so now that will be the icon. And then let's have the color. So the color of this action will be success, because we are checking in. And then we have the visible, so to control its visibility. So it will be visible only when let's say this condition of can check in will be true. Okay, that's when this will be visible. Okay, and then after that let's have another one which says require confirmation. So when the user click that action, they should be asked for confirming their action. Then we need to define the model, because we are doing the model here. So let's say the model heading will be check-in. Then we have the model description. Model description, which will be you sure I want to check out, let's say check-in. Yeah, so this makes sense. And then we can say the model submit action will be we can just say submit action label will be yes, then check in. Then the action will call this function, which we have already called, which will be this, then check-in. So the name of the function will be check-in. Yep, so this is the function that we have defined it here. So the vice versa to this action will be the action to check out. So let me just copy paste this one. So this will be for check out. This is not the function, it will be, oh, I've just messed up here. It is here. let me squeeze it down here, and this should be checkout. And this can be left instead of right. This can be left, and then this can be danger. Then this one should check for if the user can check out. Can check out, okay, and this should be checkout. Are you sure you want to check it out now? And here, yes, check out, okay, and here we should call the checkout function. Yep, so now this is fine. So now we have the actions. So let's try to see on the view. Basically, we will not see anything because we didn't reference that page on this on the view, because when you create the Laravel page, it should create the two things. All right, so this is VG name not found. Yeah, here we have the typo. Yep, this one. Also here. All right, so now let's try again. Yeah, so now we have the action here. So when you click that one, it will check in the user. So here we need to have a way to show the details of the attendance. So to do so, when you just create the new filament page, it will create new files. So two files, this one, which is the checkout page class, and also the blade view here, you see. So we have this blade view, which is called the check-in out blade.php. So here, let's update that to meet the changes that we need. So to save the time, I'll just copy paste some of the things that I've already prepared for you. So you can just copy it from the repository, and then you can just copy it in your page. But I'll try to explain it step by step, because here you can just see it. If I refresh, this is how it looks like. So you can see here it says the today's date, which is Friday, and then you can see the month, the date, and the year, and then you can see the current time, which is running automatically, which is updating in real time. And here you haven't checked in for today, so you can click the check-in button above to mark your attendance. You can see the present day was just only 1, the late days is 0, and the absent days is 0. So here what you have is here we have the div that shows you the live clock, because this one slot shows you the actually the today's date. So you have the date, the day name, which you see here, all right, and then which is the day of the week. Then we have the month, the full name month. Then we have the date, which is 14. Then we have the year, all right. And then after that, we have this div which shows the live clock. So this uses the Alpine.js code. So you can see from here we have this data where we define our data, which is called the time. So like we are defining the variable, which is called the time, and this variable we assign it to the current time, and then we set at the initial of this, or when this data will be initialized. So when you initialize this page, so it will set the interval which will be running for this by creating the new time object, which will be coming from this date, and we will just change that to the local time string. And then here it uses the English US, and then the difference, or the second that it will be checking, is 1 second. So this is 1,000 milliseconds, and then when you convert it to second, it will be 1 second, okay. And then here on the text of this paragraph, it will be the time that you get it from here. Then its value was from here, and it will be updated by using this set interval. Then that data will be populated to this one. So when you use then this attribute, so means you are setting the value of this variable to the text of this paragraph. So means if let's say you have something like, let's say heading 1, and then let's say you want to use the data, then on that data what you can do, you can just define, let's say sample variable. Okay, on that sample variable you can just define the data. Let's say this is the sample text. Okay, so you can have something like that. And then if you want to show this value on this heading, because currently if you visit the page you should not be able to see anything here. You see, so you don't see anything here. But if I go back here, all right, and if I do the following, if I say then text, then I assign the sample variable, and then if I go back here and refresh, yep, you see, so now we have the text populated here. Means that this is the way the Alpine.js work. So that's why we were able to populate the time variable here on this paragraph, and now it shows the time in real time, like here what you see, right? So that is all about the Alpine.js. So now let me remove that, and now you can see this is the time. Now we have if condition here. So if the today's attendance is available, that's when we are going to show the check-in or check-in out times. So here is where we're going to show the details. So if you have checked in already, so here it will show the check-in time, which will be retrieved from the today's attendance check-in time. Then we are going to format it, and if it is empty, so we are going to say not checked in today. So as you can see now here, all right. And then we have another card, which is this one, which is for the checkout. And if you have already checked out, so this two will be populated with the checkout time. And then for the working hours calculation, so this calculation I'm going to show you, it will just find the difference between the check-in and checkout time by using this function, which is provided by Carbon. All right. So it will just get the difference between the check-in and checkout, and then it will get the working hours. Okay, so this will be the total working hours. And then we have the else condition, where it shows the you haven't checked in today, which is the one that you see currently here. So you haven't checked in today, which will give you the instruction to click the check-in button so that you can be able to mark that you have checked in today. After that, we have this month's summary, which is where we show the present days, the number of present days, which will check just the status for this month or in this date, and then it has the details for the late days and for the absentee days. So those will be populated down here. So now if I try to click check-in here, so it will ask me if I'm sure that I want to check in. So I'll say yes, check in. Yep, so you see now the check-in time was populated here, so it has get it from here, but you can see the time are different. Why? Because we didn't change the or we didn't update the time zone for the application. So the application now it uses the default time zone. So let's go to the config app here. Let's just update the time zone here. So instead of using the universe one, so let's use the current that I'm in. So it will be Africa / then da underscore s underscore then Dar es Salaam, like this way. Okay, So now that is fine. Let's go back here and just do the following. So we can just clear the terminal, and basically if you want to know the time zone of your city or your state, so you can just go to the browser, just search for my time zone. So search just for my time zone, okay, and you should be able to see the name of your time zone. So you can just come here, I guess there is somewhere that you can find that time zone here. Let's see if I can find that name here. Here it does not show the detailed one, so let me go back. I guess it's this one. Let's see. Okay, this takes a lot of time. So what you can do, you can just say, let's say time zone for Dar es Salaam, for example. I can just search for that. Yep, you can see. So this one, it says Africa / Dar then es Salaam. So let's update that. Here it should have a small letter like this way, and I guess this one also is a small letter. Let's check. This is a capital letter. Oh, this was correct, right? So it should be this way. So what I'm going to do here is to do PHP add some optimize layer so that it can update the configurations. And now if I go back here, because I've already checked in, so now if I should refresh this one, right? So now to see this in action, so that this one can be updated, so I can just remove that value here on attendances, and then you can see this is the one. So I can just delete this one. So let me just delete the last one. All right, and now if I go back and refresh, yep, so you haven't checked in today, so I can just check in again and check in. You see, so now the time has been populated correctly because I've already updated the check-in time, and here it will show you on the notification. So the next thing will be to check out. So you can give it some time. So I'll check it out later on so that we can be able to see how it calculated the total working hours. So for now, let's continue with the attendance resource so that we can see the details that we've already populated from here. Yep, so you can see here on the attendances, now we see the attendances that belongs to the current logged in user. And you can see we have checked in but not check out. But the thing here is that the user can be able to delete it by using the bulky action. So to remove that functionality completely, so we can just go to the attendance table, okay, here, and make sure that you are on the employee panel. And I'm just going to remove this bulky action. So I'm just going to comment it, and if I go back here, refresh, you see, so now only the user will be able to view their attendances details. So like this, you see, so this is just the view of the attendances, you see. Yeah, so this makes a lot of sense. So here the user will not be able to perform anything because this is an employee. So if they want to check out, so they'll just go back here and just check out here, and you can see this header action is being updated automatically. So it was checking and already we have checked in, so now it is checkout. So now let's go to the another resource and update it as we need. So let's go to the leave request resource. So let's go to the leave request resource. Let me just collapse that one, and then I'll just expand this one. Okay, so here the first thing is to change the icon, which will be calendar days. So now if I go back here and refresh, yeah, you should be able to see that this was updated. And now on the instead of leave request, we need to update the navigation label, so that now it should be saying my leave request details, like that. So we can just use this one, so navigation label, then my leave request. So now if you go back here, we should only update this value. So refresh, you see, so now it says my leave request. If we open that here, you should be able to see that this user should be able to create a new leave request from here. Yep, so here you can see they were able to select the users, leave type, and the start date, end date, and days. So as I've mentioned, that this one should be auto calculated and this one should be auto populated by using the current user, because the employee cannot add the new leave request for another employee. So we should make sure that this is disabled and select or auto select the logged in user. So let's update that form very quickly. So the first thing that we need to do here is just to put the following changes ahead. So let's go to the leave request form, and here instead of just doing this, so we can just say default should be to our logged in user, so auth, and then user, then you should get the ID. And now if I go back and refresh, you see, so it has populated the currently logged in user, and then I can just say disabled, but I should allow it to be let's say saved. So I should use the dehydrated, which is the function for allowing that, you see. So now this is disabled, no one can be able to change that on the employee side. Okay, so now here on the leave type, this is coming from the leave type that has been already defined by the admin here. So we have the leave types here. You can see we have the annual leave, maternity leave. You can add the other types of leave here. So for now, I'll just leave those two, and then here we should let it to be searchable basically. So you can say make it searchable, and then we can make it to be preloaded. All right, and then after that, we need to update the start date and end date. So on start date, we need to make sure that the user can only have the minimum date that they can be able to select from. So the minimum date should be now. Then I can say sub. Basically, I can do the sub hour, something like that. So let's say 6 hours. So let's use the sub hours. Then you can put 6 there. So it means the user can only be able to select the leave starting from today. All right. So then, because if you put just now, it will give you some errors. So I'll just show you why I'm saying we should do this way. All right. So for now, let's just leave it that way. And then the other thing that the user should be able to do here, we need to make this field to be live. So make it to be live, and after that we need to define the after state updated function, which will help us to calculate the days. So we are going to do the following: after state dated. Here let's define the arrow function, which we should pass the state, get, then we need to define the set, and then after that, here let's do the following. So we are going to say self, then we need to define the function that we are going to call it. So let's call it calculate days, then pass the set and get. Okay, import these two. Alright, so now let's define this function. So protected function calculate days, which should accept the get and set. Then after that, inside that function, we need to get the start date and end date. So start date, which will be get, then we need to get the value of the start date here, and then for the end we can say end, then end date. After that, we need to say if we have the start date and the end date, right? Then we can do the following: start date will be equal to carbon instance, then we can call the pass method, then we should pass the start this way, and then we need to have the one for end date. Okay, import the carbon, and then from it we are going to get the days, which will be equals to start date, then the difference of start date and end date, then we are going to do +1. Then we need to say set. This is where we are going to set the number of days. So we are going to set that into the field called days, which is this one. Then we need to set it here with the value of days. So now this function will just be fine. So here we accept the get and set, and here, oh, I've just swapped this true, so this should be get, then this one should be set. Okay, yep. So now that's fine. Now let's copy paste the following function. So basically even the live, let's paste it here. And then after that, now also let's say for the also for the minimum date of end date, it should be the same thing with this one. All right, so let's put that here. Let me squeeze that a little bit. Yep, so now everything will be fine. So now let's test if that functionality works as we expected. But before that, you can just add the other things. For, let's say, for the reason, this is just a text area, so we can just leave it that way. But we need to let's say to remove this approved by, because the user or the the employee cannot be able to approve themselves, so we can just remove those two. And then for the rejection reason, this will be available to the HR user. Then here we need to have the hidden fields for populating the user ID. So user ID, which we have already populated it here. So this will not make any sense, because it will make sense if you just remove this field here, so that the user will not be able to select this field. So this is just an alternative if you want to use that. So you can just do that, and you can say the default value can be the logged in user, like this way. So that was the way that you are supposed to use it. And then for the status, you can just make this by default to be pending. So I can just remove that and use the hidden field, because already here we have defined this one. So we can just use the hidden field to put the status here. So instead of user ID, so we can just put the status, and then by default we can just say this can be pending. So we can just make this one to be pending, like this way. So for the status only, but for the user ID, this will be populated automatically. So now let's test that form again. Refresh. Yep. So now we can select the type of leave. For example, the annual leave. Let's try the start date. Let's say now, and then for the end date, let's try let's say to this date. Alright, so this was not auto populated, so this is because basically, let me see why this does not work. Yeah, so here it shows that we called this method statically. So what we are missing here is that this should be protected static function. And then now if we go back here and refresh, and let's try again, the type of leave, the start date, let's say today, and for the end date, let's do on the 14th of the next month, which is this one. So now you see the number of days was populated automatically. So let's make this one to be disabled, so that the user cannot be able to delete it or to update that. So let's do disabled, and then let's make it to be able to be saved. So dehydrated. Yep. So now if you try that again, so let's try to select the leave type, start date, and the end date. See, so it was calculated, and now it is disabled, so no one can be able to update it. And then here you can do the reason. Let's say you put some blah 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 here, for the HR manager, and then let's try to create. You see, so now it says that the date field must be a date after or equal to this one. You see, so that's why this is important here. So what you can do, I can just say instead of sub hours, I can do sub day, okay, something like that. So this will be for start date, and for the maximum date, I mean for the end date, we can just leave it that way. All right, and then what we can do, let's refresh. Let me do that quickly. then select that. Now let's put something here. Let's create. You see, so now that was working successfully. So now you can see the request was created and its status is pending. So if you go back here, you should be able to see that this is pending, and you can be able to edit it if you want to change anything here or on the dates or the type of leave. Okay, but let's say if we go back to the HR manager and see if we can be able to approve this request. So here, instead of using the admin panel, let's sign out. And let's change this one to HR. And here, let's log in as the HR manager, which the email of the HR manager, I don't remember it, so let me just check it from here. Let me check it from users table, and which I believe is this one. So let's log in with that account. Sign in. Yeah, so you see, so now we have the pending leave 1 here. So let's go to the leave requests, and you can see this is the request that was sent by this user, which is our user right here. So let's go back to the HR manager, and here you see the HR manager can be able to approve or reject the leave. So for example, if let's say we approve it, so here we can just confirm. But if you want to reject, so you should add the reason for rejection here, and that reason will be shown to the user. So now let's try to approve it. Confirm. Right, so now it has been approved. So let's go back here, refresh. You see, so now it has been approved, but here it does not show the name of the approver, but it shows the date. So we need just to update this one to show the name of the approver. So let's go to the table, which is this one. So on approved by, we can just update that one to approver, then .name, and this should not be numeric, so we can just put it that way. And let's go back and refresh. Yep, so now it works fine. And for the action of edit, so we can just control that visibility, so you can only edit this when it is pending, and you can only be able to delete it if it is on pending. So let's update the action. So here, let's control the visibility. So visible only when the leave request so we can get the object here called the record, right? And then after that, what we can do here is just to check for the status of this particular record. So we can just say status. So if the status will be equals to pending, that's when we are going to show this action of editing. Okay, so when the status will be equals to pending. So similar way, if you add the delete action, so you should be able to do the same thing. So make, and then you can just copy paste this functionality and then paste it here. All right, so now if we go back here and refresh, now you should be able to see that the edit action was removed. so only the user can be able to view it, so they can be able to view the request. And here we also need to remove this edit function. So to do so, you can just go to the view page. So let's go to the view page, which is basically the view page here. And here you can see the edit on get header action. We have the edit function. So add the same thing. So what you can do, yeah, but for now, because here we can't access this leave request directly, so what you can do, I can just leave it this way. So I can just remove this edit action here, and if I refresh, now this should be gone. So it means on the edit or on view page, you should not be able to edit the request. And here you see the user still can be able to delete that request. So just go back here and remove this action, because we don't want that action to be performed by the user. So let's refresh. Now it looks fine. So now on the leave request, everything works as we expected. So now let's go direct to the payrolls, and let's update this one so that the user will be able only to view these details. So let's go to the payroll. So payroll resource, and here the first thing will be to change this one to bank notes. That will be the new icon for this one. All right, and then on this listing, so this looks good. So just we need to just to make sure that the user cannot be able to delete this one. So you can use this way of using the can delete and can do something, but because we have the roles and permission, so what we can do is just go to the table and just hide this delete button on the bulk, and if we refresh, now only the user will be able to view these details, you see, so they cannot be able to edit or do anything with their payrolls. Okay, so you can see this will be just the details of their payrolls, so they can see that this is the certain month, and here you see they see their payrolls, but with the payrolls for other employees. So to remove that error, we need to do the same thing that's what we did for the attendance. So what you can do, just to go to the attendance on the table. Here we had this way of modifying the query. So the same thing we need to do on the leave request. Let's go to the table of leave request. Here we just call it for the logged in user. Import the builder. So let's import this one, and the same thing to the payrolls. Okay, import again here, which is this one. Right, so the same thing for performance. Which is this one. Okay, so now if we go back here and refresh, yep, you see, so now we see only the payroll which belongs to this logged in user. Okay, so now that's fine. And now let's go to the performance reviews, and here we see the performance review for the currently logged in user. So let's update this performance review table so that it can be in a way that we need. So for example, I just want to reduce this other things. So for the performance review, I'll just leave the username. Okay, and I want to have the reviewer name, and then we can just leave this let's say the quality of work, productivity, communication, teamwork, leadership, overall rating. And on overall rating here, I want to change this one to be a badge. All right, I want to make this one to be a badge, and then I want to control the colors of the badge like this way. So we can just say for the danger, this will be when the state means the value for overall rating, which is the state, will be less than 5. You see, so when it will be less than 5, we can just put the color to be danger. So the same thing for other colors. So for example, if the state will be greater than or equals to 5, and the same state will be less than 7. Let's say it is not greater than 7, so the value should be warning. And then for success, so for the success, we can just say if this value will be greater than 7. Okay, so it will be greater than or equals to 7. Okay, that's when we are going to put this one to success. So those will be the way we are going to control the coloration for these details. And then let's remove this delete bulk action, and then after that this will work just fine. So now let's go back here and refresh. Yep, you see, so the overall rating, so it is below 5, that's why you see it is in danger. And this is because the user can only be able to view these details, and this was added by the human resource manager here. See, so on human resource manager, we are able to update those details. For example, we can just go back here and edit. You see, let's say you can add here, let's say to 8, this 8, and then you can leave this one to 7, then this one to 6, for example, and then for the leadership we can put, let's say 9. See, so this is 7.6. Now let's save. If we go back to the employee, now you see it is on success and the value is 7.6. So this will be the details that should be populated to your user. So now everything works fine and it looks good. So for now, we've already performed all the necessary things that we need. So the remaining thing here is to add the widget on the dashboard for the employee and also for the human resource manager. So you can see, all right, so on human resource manager this is done. So let's just add it on employee side. So let's create the new widget. So I'll just do the following: PHP @ make filament widget. So the name will be stats overview. So the type of widget that we're going to create will be stats of view. Yes, then I'll say it on employee. No. Right now the widget should be added here on employee, then widget, then this will be the widget. So let's just copy paste some of the stats that we need to put. So here the first one will be the stat for showing the my leave requests, where we're going to add this leave request. and we are going to get the leave request accordingly to the logged in user. So here you can just define the logged in user value. So you can just say user ID will be equals to the logged in user, and then you can just get the count of leave request from the leave request. So here it is a description icon, and then the information. So if we go back here and refresh, you should be able to see that the number of leave requests, and then we have the pending leave request. So here I can just put the another stat for pending leaves. Okay, so for the pending leaves, if you go back here, it should be auto-populated because this is doing the auto-polling, so it should auto-populate like that. And now let's add another card for this month attendances. And as I've mentioned, I'm going to show you on how you can check out on the attendance. And now let me import this attendance. So here it will just get the count of all attendances on this particular month. Okay, and after that the last one, it is the one for showing the last payroll. Okay, so this will be the last payroll. Right, so now let's go back here, refresh. You see, so this month attendances, and let's go to the check-in and check-out page. So now let's try to check out, because now it will be like 1 hour. So let's try check out. Today attendance not found on the component, this one. So check out, then today yeah, so this we have a typo here. So let's go back to the check-in, check-out. On the checkout here, it is today attendance. Okay, let's go back here, let's try again. You see, so now we've checked out successful, and the total working hours is just 53 hours. Okay, so just 53 minutes, because it is not even 1 hour. So we've just checked it out. So from this one to this one, so you can see now this was late because we checked in a late time, which was above 9 a.m. So that's why you see we have a late day here. And when you go back to the dashboard, you should be able to see those details from here. So this month's attendances is just only 2. So we have recorded 2 days of attendances. Okay, so now we have everything that we needed to do on our project. So we had the admin side, which is the panel, and we have the HR side, which is the second panel, with the details that the HR or the human resource manager needs to have in order to manage their employees. Then we've seen on how you can produce the payrolls, on how you can generate the payrolls for the certain details, or for a certain specific employee, or for all the employees, and it will use the Laravel Job and jobs to generate this, because it can take a lot of time if you have a lot of employees. That's why we go with the way of using the Laravel Job and jobs. Also, we have seen on how you can add the password reset functionality. We have seen on how you can change these icons, on how you can update the favicon and the logo, on how you can add the custom registration page, and we have added a lot of things. So all of these features we have learned on this particular video. So if you find this video helpful and good for someone else to learn, so just like it, share with your friends, and that is the way that you're supporting me. And if you are new to the channel, consider to subscribe, because that is the greatest way of supporting my work. So I just want to say thank you for watching, and see you on the next video.